that have some commitments tonight, um, and we will try to get out of here as quick as we can. But we do have a couple of fairly big topics that we're gonna look at. So as you can see from the agenda, my plan today is for us to go over the Gartner presentation and for both the executive branch and for the legislative branch. And then we will have a discussion and recommendations. Where it says discussion and recommendation, that's going to be basically a discussion on 291. And we will go through 291, look at it, kind of see which provisions maybe we feel like we need to let sunset, which ones we need to try to do either the same thing or maybe a little bit different, and we will try to put together a bill. The executive branch 3-year IT and the third quarter IT updates, we're only going to do those if we get to a spot where we can. I'm not going to stop the discussion on 291 so that we can get to those. We can do those when we come back in January, right after session. So that's kind of the plan. If I know there's going to be a lot of questions, so I've tried to make enough time. Hopefully, we will have time for everybody to ask questions, everybody to give comments on the bill, and hopefully we can have a productive day. So with that, I am going to go ahead and open it up to Jeff Maxim. Oh, yeah, I will mention, thank you for that. I will mention you do have the minutes from last meeting we had. We will approve those after lunch so if you want to look at them, and we'll look at those after lunch. So with that, Jeff, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer for Executive Branch. So as the chair mentioned, we have a rather full presentation scheduled today, and agenda. And so we have three components today we'll discuss. And again, to the chairman's point, the focus is on our efforts with House Substitute for Senate Bill 291 and the engagement we've had with that. And so House Substitute for Senate Bill 291 asset the executive branch, in partnership with ITech, present a plan for IT integration across the executive branch of IT functions as well as cybersecurity. So that is a monumental undertaking with a lot of data that needs to be analyzed across the executive branch. And so we had to bring in a third party to assist us, and we brought in the third party IT consulting firm Gartner, who's had this experience in work in other states. That was very important because states have a steep learning curve, so we wanted to have somebody that had experience kind of working in that state and understanding the scope, scale, and breadth of what state governments do. So we've brought them in, and so we still have about a month and a half that we still have for our engagement with Gartner, because again, there's still a lot of data points we're going through. They'll talk about some. I mean, we went through about 400,000 ledger items to identify IT spend, things like that. So just the amount of data we've been combing through is massive. But we have Gartner on site today, and they'll kind of go over their findings and their approach to things. And so I will hand it over to Brian Conalog, who is leading the engagement with Gartner.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members for the—
Brian, could you announce your name and your position?
Oh, yes, sorry. Brian Conalog, I'm a senior managing partner and the executive sponsor for this on behalf of Gartner Consulting. Again, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members for the time today. As I mentioned, Brian Conalog, senior managing partner, Gartner Consulting. For an agenda today, we divided it up into 3 sections. I know I've been here a little bit ago, but what we wanted to do first is cover on a little bit of the project overview, just refresh on the background and some of the key trends that we see in integration out there. Then we'll go through a presentation on statewide IT, current state, target state summary, and then what we're calling gap analysis. And then in the second half of this morning, we'll go through from a cybersecurity similar agenda, and I'll ask one of my colleagues to come up and talk through that. So Gartner, just as a refresher, is the world leader in technology research and advisory. We are broken up into sort of 4 segments. You can see business and technology insights, about 150,000 documents that cover the whole landscape of IT. So when we talk about later governance, architecture, things of that nature, we bring those from our business and technology insights. Those are working with clients similar to state of Kansas, as well as commercial clients bringing the best and brightest from that perspective. We have advisory services that deliver one-on-one interactions from that perspective. The team here today is on the consulting side, so customized client engagements. When you have something like this project, we work through the deliverables in the plan and the approach and deliver that back, and then we have conferences as well. The main takeaway here is we are bringing all this to bear as part of our project in terms of the consulting work that we're doing to make sure that this isn't just bringing in best practice from Kansas, but it's covering the whole landscape and everything that is out there today. One of the questions I would have is, and Jeff mentioned this, but where have we done this before? You can see some of the samples here. There are other states that have moved towards hybrid or integrated or centralization that we do work with in different capacities. So we need to understand sort of the dynamics from that perspective. But what you can see here is design, strategy, roadmap, assessments, things of that nature that really kind of key in on the planning efforts that need to happen because these are large initiatives like that. With me today, one of the things that we really thoughtfully thought through in terms of pulling our team together was we realized we needed deep domain expertise in the different domains of technology. So here with me today are the leads in each of our areas. So we had a finance lead, we have an architecture service lead, organization strategy and governance lead, as well as a cybersecurity team. Deep expertise in each of these areas, so we really wanted to make sure we understood the domain and the ecosystem for Kansas, and then bring that up into the umbrella in one cohesive sort of strategy and plan. So one of the things that we've been doing actively in a lot of our presentations have been talking about what this is and what it is not. And I think we got a lot of conversations in some of the summits and presentations that we did around what this looks like and what it's not. So just a quick minute on this. When we talk about what the integration project is from Gartner Consulting, it's really that strategy for the consolidated state of Kansas IT operating model, financial model, architecture, and cybersecurity, and recommendations to achieve readiness towards that. We'll focus on some of those recommendations later. And we did really make an effort to build this collaboratively with the state of Kansas agencies and customize it to the unique environment. You'll hear a little bit about this later, but that is really important. We spent a lot of time in the current state really making sure we understood the IT ecosystem in the state of Kansas, because that is important. Those unique differentiators are going to change what that roadmap, what that strategy, what that plan looks like. So understanding that, combined with understanding what's happening out there with other states, creates that unique plan here. So what it is not, and Chairman, you mentioned sort of an agenda later, but what it is not is implementation of a consolidated state of Kansas IT operating model, financial model, architecture, and cybersecurity. It's not an ambiguous or general roadmap that is used by other states or is not actionable. And the last part is, again, we really made an effort not to have this be a top-down to agencies and the state, but really collaborative. Just a quick bit on our approach. So we did kick off in February. We kicked off with statewide IT and then started engaging agencies in March. So as part of that kickoff, we collected documentation. We collected everything that was out there that we could. We spent a lot of time in the second step on current state assessment, really looking and wanting to understand, again, that ecosystem. Where are the unique differentiators at agencies so we understand that versus the commonalities that may trend across the state. So spending a lot of time there, surveying, documentation, validation sessions, and building that current state baseline. You'll hear some of that piece and feedback, because that's important for us. As we look at that baseline, that makes sure when we look at a target state and recommendations, that it is achievable as you go from A to B. So we built some recommendations around that. We'll talk through those today. And then the last piece is around a gap analysis, and that's really how to get from A to B, if you will. Just a piece on some of the numbers, so you can, and Jeff had mentioned the lines of general ledger data, but just to give you a sense of the level of analysis and the numbers that went in. So we did have about 39 participating agencies, and we surveyed around 100 people in terms of collecting information across IT. About 237 agency data points were collected along the way. Over 200 documents reviewed. 35 agency financials, so we spent a lot of time collecting and building a full statewide IT financial picture. A lot of time went into that. As you can see, 493,000 lines of the general ledger. And then again, back to that collaboration and communication. We spent a lot of time doing what we called summits and focusing and workshops around both with the statewide IT as well as individual agencies and the CIOs with them, building a lot of the work products that you'll see today. And then a lot of executive briefings along the way. So we really did put in an effort to try to do some of that communications and change management along the way. One piece I will point out here, for those that did do the survey, for agencies that did do the survey and financials, they got unique pictures to their individual agency back. So we were able to pull a statewide picture, but also individual agency pictures. Just to give you a sense of the breadth and depth across in terms of getting that full picture of the ecosystem. We looked at cabinet, we met with cabinet agencies, we met with non-cabinet agencies to get that sort of full picture as much as we could. Important to note, some of the non-cabinets also have unique entities, so we wanted to survey and talk with them as well. So you can see some correctional facilities, some hospitals. We know they have unique needs, and that was really important for us to be able to make sure that when we do that current state baseline, we understood the uniqueness of some of the different flavors that exist today. So thank you to all the agencies that participated and provided information for us. So now I'll go into some of the key trends we see in integration, because I think that's important for part of some of the discussion today. So just a quick definition on it. So IT integration refers to the integration of IT resources, services, infrastructure, decision-making processes under a single unified authority or department within a state government. That is really the definition that is out there. From that perspective, just to sort of level set from how we see it. But it does require orchestration of political culture and organizational streams. So, and when we look at this, you can sort of see the pendulum in the middle, but it is a balance of trade-offs, right? On an integrated side, you can have advantages like economies of scale, consistency, coherence and integration, interoperability between agencies, particularly with things like data and being able to get that full state view. Degrees of commonality, and that's a big part around when we talk about integration. And then building in that enterprise-wide agility, and we'll talk some about that in governance later. But again, it's a trade-off. There are advantages to the local side too. Local control and ownership, that agency agility and freedom, innovation and speed. You don't want to limit that out on the edge at individual agencies because they do have, again, those unique needs. So balancing that to the degree of uniqueness and that concern around like local expertise and responsiveness. You know, as I move to integrated services, am I going to get the service delivery, and are you going to know me as much as it is today? So as we look at it, there is a balance here, and every state has a different sort of view on these things as they go through. So there's different definitions as you look at integration across each state. But it is important to just note that there are balance and trade-offs between those. Just to give you a little bit of the landscape out there, what we do see is that integration and hybrid is a trend. This goes across big states, small states, across different political parties as well. So it is moving towards integration and hybrid out there. It's important to note, though, there's not a single definition across what integration means or what hybrid means for all these different states. There's certain commonalities, and that's what we've tried to bring into the work we've done here. But there's not sort of that one single definition. The other piece that is important is there's different timelines associated with all these states, right? Some went fast, some went slow, and those affect some of the challenges, some of the advantages, how quickly you get benefits that you may be seeking from going to integration. So, this is where understanding the Kansas ecosystem becomes really important because what works for example, Michigan may not work here. We may want to take some best practices from those other states, but we really want to make sure that the strategy and where you're going is unique to here and achievable. The other piece about IT integration as we think about it is it can take various forms, and we have to look across the IT field. And when we do that, we concentrated on looking at services, architecture, workforce, data, policy, and governance. And these are all very much related, but they can also take different speeds when you start talking about integration. For example, you can use policy and governance to start to align to statewide enterprise standards in architecture and services, even while allowing things like workforce and data to continue to be owned locally. So there are advantages you can get in terms of the mix of how you play. They don't all have to move at the same pace. So it was important for us to look across these different domains, and we have some findings and some recommendations across that. So I will move into our sort of current state summary now. So high-level current state themes. What we did find, and I should say the surveys were, a lot of information was self-reported from agencies, so we relied heavily on those surveys. So what we did find is that there are opportunities to achieve the goals set out with Kansas. So the first is statewide opportunities exist to optimize and rationalize the technology landscape and increase operational and cost efficiencies. We see this in some of the architecture. We see this in some of the services. We see this in some of the tools and contracts, and we'll sort of talk about those opportunities in a bit. Second piece is as you start thinking around statewide IT, coordination, communication, and governance requires more scale, agility, and transparency. You'll see we'll be able to drive the first point through some of the second point in terms of building those statewide standards and enterprise and driving through some of the governance, but also not slowing it down so that agencies still can't move forward with that innovation and speed that I sort of mentioned earlier. Third one is around statewide IT services and capabilities. So they must continue to mature to meet agency needs and expectations of the future. We did get feedback on existing services today. You'll see some pictures on that. But what we really want to concentrate here is we need to continue to mature those services. As you start to think from agency to statewide, you want to make sure those services are able to meet the demands of agencies and keep those service levels that exist out there. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And the last piece, and I think this was one of the first things we found when we got on the ground here, is ongoing agency input and engagement into any future integration effort is critical to making it actionable and achievable. We have some recommendations around how to continue to build that out and build those agency relations. One of the things we've done through the project is try to have, you saw those number of summits and those number of executive briefings, but we've tried to build a foundation of that, even creating a website around this initiative to try to provide as much communication, transparency, and insights as possible as we moved throughout the project, because we didn't want to come to the end and have any surprises. So From a current state organization perspective, we divided this up into a couple areas, pretty well aligned with some of our domain experts there. The first one around organization, governance, and IT strategy. Then we looked at services, architecture, finance, and then cybersecurity as well. I'm going to go through the first four in the first part. Cybersecurity, I'm going to hold off so that you can get the full picture in the second half of the morning session. So from an organizational structure, a couple things that we found is the first is there is duplication of IT functions that exist across cabinet agencies. That's expected in a hybrid environment like Kansas is in, right? Agencies have some common needs, but they're going to provide them right now on their own. So we saw some of these having IT service desks, infrastructure support, application support, things of that nature, where IT functions do exist across those cabinet agencies. Some in hybrid and even in integrated will continue in that form. The key is figuring out which ones make sense from which perspective. Another interesting one that I think is important, and we'll talk more about this later as well, is the large number of distinct IT roles enhances the complexity across the state. So when we looked at the number of the roles that exist out there, you can see in the second bullet there, there's 202 IT roles that are attributed only to one or two individuals. So from that perspective, it's very hard to understand a statewide view on the capacity and capabilities that exist out there today. So one of the things we'll talk about later is around a standardized job framework and being able to fully assess what capabilities exist out there and capacity exists today. It'll help career pathing for employees. It'll also help you determine where maybe you need to invest some resources as well. Third is effective governance is required to ensure agency compliance. So there are a good foundation for policies, standards, and guidelines that exist out there. Compliance is largely agency driven. So I think there is some effort, and you'll see some of the effects of not having some of the middle layer of governance later, but like things like tool sprawl and things will drive up your operational and cost inefficiencies, and you'll see some pictures from that perspective. But building some of this middle layer, we think helps shore up some foundation from a statewide perspective. And then again, greater coordination and alignment is required in the governance framework. We do, as you'll see, we have some thoughts around, multi-agency subcommittees that can start building some of these enterprise standards across agencies and sort of build that foundation and cohesion. Just to give you a sense on where some of the gaps that we saw in areas of improvement from a governance perspective, but what you can see on the right is sort of starting at the agency level and then going all the way to state level. We didn't really look at agency that they'll continue to have their own governing bodies. It's really that middle foundation that we saw some gaps. So around data, architecture, finance, and workforce in particular. We think there's some opportunities to bring some, again, enterprise standards to those. When I talk about something like a normalized job architecture, it makes sense for something like a workforce review subcommittee to be involved in that. Again, some of these we're thinking multi-agency so that there is building that coalition up and then bringing it up to bodies like this and ITech to sort of streamline and make sure you have that agility and you're bringing those standards quickly. Moving over to sort of the services delivery side, similar to the first point in organization, statewide IT provides overlapping services and shared responsibilities on other services. So when we looked at that, there are services that are provided at agencies and statewide too. So there's some overlap there to be looked at. We also saw that there's a significant opportunity to clearly define the service it provides. We'll talk a little bit around service catalog and service portfolio and service levels later. But I think it is important to say what is statewide, what remains local, and there's some opportunity, and I think there's some efforts going on now to do just that. Third one is we did get feedback around some of the services today. So you heard one of my themes around continuing to mature services. So neutral and satisfied. We really want to sort of start thinking of it as a customer-centric services model, and that talks about maturing those services to be able to meet your customer expectations. And then there are some staffing gaps that we saw in there, and then that would be part of the job normalization as well. But service desk is an area in which a few agencies reported not having enough staff, and I know that's an area of feedback from a service perspective that we got a lot of feedback on. So just to give you a sense from the perspective of how shared some of your services are today, what you can see in the graphic, a lot of different colors, but what you can see is there are a lot of partners in each of these services. So defining what statewide IT is responsible for, defining what the agency is responsible for, looking at some of those third-party mixed providers, you can see there's a good cross-section across a lot of the services, particularly when you start to think of what I would call more sort of commodity services that aren't as close to an agency mission, things like hosting, network, voice. They're a little more common across agencies, not as unique needs across agency. There's still a mix there. Some areas like applications, those get pretty close to agency missions. So those you'd expect to see more of a mix there. So as we look at an architecture perspective, the IT landscape across agencies lacks consistency and standardization. And this is a little bit where I was talking about the gap in some of the governance, that middle layer. But what is happening is agencies are able to operate in silos. So they're looking at the architecture on their own, building, so sort of operating like 50+ independent organizations there. So the impact of that is really coming to the second point, is that there's a high degree of tool sprawl that exists out there. You can see only 7% of tools are widely used. There are over 150 tools utilized across various architecture. 50% are limited to single agencies. So there's an opportunity around optimization and rationalization of these tools from a maintainability, from a cost perspective, from an efficiency perspective, bringing, again, some of those enterprise standards across those tools. Similarly, and going to number 3, there's opportunities exist to rationalize what we would call sort of utility applications for efficiencies. We have a couple examples in there. Applications that aren't that differentiated. The market's mature in their area. Many of them provide the same basic functionality, things like electronic signatures, document management systems. There's opportunities to consolidate those numbers, drive economies of scale, leverage service level agreements, and drive some efficiencies from that perspective. And then the last piece is around an opportunity to migrate off end-of-life systems, enhance modernization and security capabilities. This is really around what we would call sort of tech debt. And what that just means is there's some aging technology that exists out there. As technology ages, support goes up, security vulnerabilities increase, your ability to meet the business need of that application and that technology lessens because it's more rigid. So this inhibits your agility and scalability and maintainability. So we think there's opportunities to invest in more modern technology such as cloud services, low-code platforms. The state does have some good highlights around this starting, but it is a bit inconsistent. Just to double down on the first piece I was talking around the sort of the sprawl that is out there. What you can see is some of the numbers and where some of the opportunities may lie. I won't go through every one of them, but just to cherry pick from the programming languages, 22 programming languages out there. That is very complicated. That's a lot. There's an opportunity to rationalize those, probably modernize some of that technology. There's probably in there a lot of single single point of success or failure in terms of support. So that is limiting that person in the support to be able to talk about career growth, because they're the only person who can support that. Until that application gets retired and you sort of consolidate some of those programming languages, that can't happen. So I think there's opportunities across these. Another one is document management, where, again, that's sort of what we would call a utility app. 10 out there. There's an opportunity to consolidate those, get some enterprise licenses, get some cost efficiencies, and sort of standardize some of the support from those perspectives. So there's some opportunity from this perspective. The other area I sort of hit on the modern technology platforms, but there is some of this going on in the state right now, fairly inconsistent. But again, I mentioned you have some good cases around low code platforms coming and going live on time. Ahead of schedule or on time within the budget. I know some of those projects will be discussed later, but like there's opportunities here in these areas, and the demand is only gonna grow. So an area like data management and analytics platforms and leveraging AI, that demand from agencies is gonna continue. So this is a little bit of a flip of where you're talking about optimization and rationalization in the last slide. This is more getting out ahead, creating those enterprise standards, and driving the demand into those enterprise standards so that you don't reach that sort of sprawl concept I was talking about. From the finance side, there was an audit a couple of years ago that talked about that the state did not have a view on the full IT spend on an annual basis. And actually, SB 291 also calls for an annual view on the IT spend. We were able to work together with the cabinet and non-cabinet agencies to get that first baseline. So IT spending is reported at $349 million for fiscal year 2025. About a third of that is federally funded, just to give you a sense. But that is a baseline. One of the things we saw too is in number 2 is that spending is concentrated in largely in 6 agencies. This is not to call them out. This is sort of standard and what we'd expect in a hybrid environment, is that a large amount of spending goes to a small cluster of agencies. So this is sort of typical of what we would expect. The third is comprehensive reporting of statewide IT spend is not adequately supported by current standards for chart of accounts, project accounting, and invoice coding, to call out a couple. But the concept here is our team, along with financial directors at the agency, spent a lot of time going through that 493,000 lines of the GL and figure out what is the IT spend look like across the state. We got the baseline, but that was a lot of work. So I think there's opportunities to make some enhancements to IT financial practices and how you're coding things in order to be able to give that view on an annual basis, which we would recommend looking at. The last piece of practices for IT services funding strategies and chargebacks to customer agencies, they largely align with best practices. One of the things we did hear along the way was that there wasn't a feel that everybody knew what was included in the chargeback, how it worked. And then what we saw is that there is a high level of transparency, but there might be an opportunity to do some training and better communication around that, so it does get to all critical agency stakeholders. Just a very quick view on some of the IT spend, but what you can see is sort of how on the right-hand side, you can see how the funding maps up from the major agencies and then other agencies. Just to give you a sense of when we talk about IT spend, what is included, it's really the stuff on the left. So governance, security, operations management, service continuity, disaster recovery, so on and so forth. But again, we really had to dial down into the GL to figure out where these line items are, and then work with financial directors to do that. So that was sort of the big pieces. Again, there's a lot more information around current state, but those were the key feedback and implications we had from a current state as we sort of turned our eyes towards a target state, and some of the gap analysis and recommendations.
Yeah, so this might be a good spot for us to maybe stop and see if there's any questions on the first part. Wouldn't it be? Because I assume you're going to go into some more detail of
Yes, yeah. happy to
options
take that.
now. So, committee, are there any questions so far on anything? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On one of your slides, thank you for the presentation and your work. This is interesting. On one of the slides, you have a list of the cabinets and non-cabinets. Was that meant to be an inclusive list?
It was those that participated. There is more work to be done. From 237 pieces of data does not obviously comprehensively cover every agency. We tried to hit as many of the unique ones that we thought, but I do not believe that is comprehensive of every entity in the executive branch.
That's what I was afraid of. So that means that your IT spend is not inclusive of all technology spend for the state. Would that be accurate?
There could be a little piece up, but what we did concentrate is on where we knew the big spend would be. But there may be some of the other entities, I believe, are sort of already working with OATS and may be covered under their budget.
Jeff, would you like to
Yeah.
jump in real quick on that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. So yeah, we also did work with the Office of Accountant Reports to try and capture as much as that as possible for those. Unfortunately, when we were working to collect this information, was also a time during legislation or during the legislative session, excuse me. So a lot of the budget people were busy with the working through the legislative budgets that were coming through as well. So we tried to capture as much. We tried to work with Office of Accountant Reports to try and get as much as we could in the time frame we'd had.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I follow up. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make it clear because I saw some stuff that might be missing in the list. And I just wanted people to realize that we probably spend more than the number you actually presented. Not that it's not a end-all be-all number. If that was my point.
Thank you for that, Senator Tyson. That is something that we identified because not everybody labels IT spend the same, and that was one of the challenges they identified because it took so much work to go through it. Because there's a lot of stuff that, for example, the coding system, professional services is just labeled professional services. You actually have to go open it up, look at the purchase order to see if it's IT professional services, legal professional services. There's no, and that's what they're talking about, the charts of account. We need to label each of those so we can better clearly it. So we do know there's not 100% clarity on all that spend, but we try to get as close as we possibly could.
Thank you. And I understand that and I appreciate that because this is one of the few times we've asked for this information before. So we appreciate it at a different view of it. I think it might have been a little bit the cart before the horse. This would have been helpful when putting together SB 291. So I think this will, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, since you're up there, I'll just ask you on this one. How many agencies should have taken this survey if we had 100%?
Thank you, sir. That's a good question. Ideally, we would want everybody in there. We do know we already have a handful, for example, that OITS provides all their IT services for them. We do want as much as we can, obviously, so we can build a complete picture. So limited time frame, like I said, we mentioned there's still work to do. There's still information to be gathered. The 1 year time frame for this is not sufficient.
Yeah, and Jeff, I get that. And looking at the timeline, it is tight, but just ballpark, what percent of the 39 agencies represent the total pool or population of agencies?
For the ones that have IT staff, it's most all of them. So we did try and get the ones that have current IT operations. We did try and focus on them specifically.
Okay, well, most all of them is still not a percent, but
I'll have to go back and try.
I would appreciate if you go back on that. And then, thank you, Jeff. The question I have for Gartner, thank you so far for the presentation. And on that slide 11, you stated 97 participants. it kind of goes along the lines, are those individuals or organizations? I'm just curious. 97 participants on your survey.
Individuals. So, thank you for the question. It was individuals because we did have to talk to agency CIOs, financial directors. There was across, as we surveyed across those domains like services, architecture, there were different sort of leads out in the field and with the agencies that we would talk to. And some agencies would have that as one or two people. Some brought in more people for those survey responses.
And what's the makeup of those participants? Are they full-time, part-time? Or they just represent generally the 80% of the funding agencies? Tell me a little bit more, because I'm not going to ask what percent of the participants does it represent, because we don't know how many agencies should have been in the survey. But
Right.
can you give me a makeup?
Good question. So from that perspective, it was the leaders in IT at each of the agencies and entities that we worked with. Some obviously were hybrid, so we worked with the central CIO in the example of like the HHS and some of those facilities. But it varied across each entity, and then we did try to have sessions and follow-ups to validate the data. I can get you a sample of the different roles that we looked at, but usually we tried to start with either the agency CIO or the IT director. And then according to how much they were able to fill out in the surveys, that may have led to other folks in each of the agencies.
Well, not knowing your survey questions and what level the questions were, it's important that we get those that are on the front line, what's actually happening, the people that are implementing this, and not just at the executive director level. So if you have not asked them, I would encourage you to get their feedback as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the feedback.
Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff caught most of my question, but I'd like the one for Gardner. Did you feel like you had good participation from the folks that did participate in the surveys? I mean, were they forthcoming?
Thank you for that question, Senator Peterson. Yes, for the most part, they were forthcoming because, again, what we were trying to do is, whether we consolidate or not, they're still providing good information back to them, and kind of that assessment, to the point of, we've tried to collect the financials before, and that has never effectively been done. And so we wanted to provide them something of value regardless. So a lot of them did participate and were forthcoming. Now, again, limited time frame, so there may be things that were missed. And so as we go through, like mentioned on tools, being self-reported, there's probably stuff that wasn't fully captured in the number of tools out there. So again, that's just based on the time constraints of really.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned on slide 19, you don't have them up, but anyway, you talked about when you're collaborating with the agencies, that you created a website for purposes of collaboration. I assume that's not a public facing, that's just an internal working site? Okay. I'm seeing yeses. So.
Yes, sir, it's a public facing, so.
Okay. When you talked about the chart of accounts not really helping in terms of finding consistency of coding of invoices for purposes of discovery, do all of the agencies use the same chart of accounts in government, and they're just not applying consistent use of that chart, or are they different charts?
Thank you for that question, sir. I believe it's a combination of multiple things. So part of it is some of the charts of account they haven't kept. They all use the same because there's required formats in the SMART system, but some of them are kind of dated or legacy style. Some of there's no validation in terms of they could code it whatever, and it goes processed through the system, because it could be, I ordered a piece of software, but I coded it hardware, or again, like I said, professional services. Sometimes we have software licenses baked into professional services, so we can miss things like that. So it's a combination of multiple factors.
Which would more be guidance in the use of it is not consistent across all those agencies.
That is one of the recommendations they'll cover specifically.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is for Gardner. On slide 15, you kind of show the integrated and the local landscapes, challenges. And on the local part where you talked about first control ownership, agency agility, but then you go into innovation, speed, degree of uniqueness, and local expertise. I'm less concerned about the first two, but I'm more concerned about the following. And I assume that in your recommendations, you will have ways that we don't lose those abilities. So I'm hopeful that that is going to be addressed in your recommendations of ways that we can incorporate and ensure that we don't lose those capabilities. And then on the following slide, you have a map that shows like the states and some that have like the integrated organizations and hybrid, and you have Kansas marked as a hybrid. So my question is that like reflective of our current landscape? Or is that what we're going, is that a recommendation, or is that just reflective of our current landscape?
All right, thank you, Representative, for the question. I'll take it in twofold. On the first piece, absolutely. You have to understand the uniqueness of the agencies. One of the goals you'll see later is around making sure that service delivery does not go down, right? There's an expectation out there today. We're really sort of coming up with a concept around customer or service-driven operating model. You should be able to expect what you have today, if not better, and a concept of continuous improvement as you go forward. On the second piece, because there are, it reflects current state. Because there are some statewide IT services that are provided today, but there are also some local services. So by definition, and hybrid is could be a very wide definition around what it looks like, but as it stands today, the state of Kansas would be considered hybrid by those definitions.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Brian, just a follow-up question. A colleague mentioned it on slide 19, the number 4, agency input and engagement. The way that you communicated it was that you saw the need for the agency to engage, to receive agency input and to engage, and that you were trying to create a practice that will stay in place after you leave. Is that, did I understand that correctly, or are you still planning on being involved in this practice? I like to hear Brian, and then Jeff, I know you're biting at the bit, but.
Thank you, Representative, for the confirmation. I'll clarify. We held some focus groups early on. I know there have been prior efforts to look at this, and one of the pieces of feedback we had was the level of agency engagement and communications wasn't as strong as it needed to be. And that came from out in the field from talking to different agencies. So one of the pieces of our work was really focused on a strong, robust communications and change management piece because even, and you'll see in some of the later pieces, we think there's change that should come, whether SB 291 moves forward or not. There's things that should bring IT forward, and that'll be changed. So I guess a long and short of your answer is we built robust in terms of the project. We do have recommendations around continuing that, building that communication, engagement, and business relations discipline, and making that really robust and building those relations.
Thank you. And since you brought up the focus group, is that where you had the opportunity to talk with more internal staff, or was that still at the executive level?
It was a mix. We did a couple. So sorry for the clarification, but
No.
yeah, so it was a mix of both executives, core CIOs, IT directors, as well as we actually did talk to non-IT representatives out in the agencies, both cabinet and non-cabinet.
Thank you very much. And Jeff, did you want to jump in on?
Yeah, so I will add, thank you for that question, because it's going to lead me to a little bit of a broader point. So if I may, Mr. Chairman. So our engagement with Gartner ends when we're required to turn stuff over to legislature. So the intent of this engagement is to provide the policymakers information for decisions that they need to make. So we're not actively acting per se on the roadmap, because it is a tool for policymakers to decide the direction that the state goes. So it is one where we need to provide as much information so we can determine what is the best path for the state, because that is a state of Kansas decision as a whole.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, I had just one question before you get, you guys, okay. And just real briefly, Brian, if you would, I know you mentioned that you'd worked with Iowa. I think that was one of the, so, and I had the opportunity at a meeting I was at that I was sat next to the Iowa Lieutenant Governor. And she said that whatever they did saved almost like $200 million. So what, just briefly, I don't want you to go into, but just briefly, they're close, I would think, to kind of our size and all that. What they did is are we moving that direction, or with some of your recommendations? And
Good question and good parallel. I've seen some of the news out there, and we have worked with Iowa, and I can follow up with more specific information. But the announcement on the 200 or 219, it might be million, was really around contract optimization. So when we get back to some of the readiness recommendations later, we do talk a lot about tool application and contract optimization. We do think there's opportunity there. We did not survey all the contracts that were out there. We got information on the tools and applications, so certainly I can speak more certainly to there that I think there is opportunity. In terms of optimization and rationalization, I think there is an opportunity from a contracts perspective. I can't speak at the moment as to whether it would be as high as that number.
I understand
Yeah.
not the number, but so it's mostly around the contracts is where that number came from.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, I believe so.
good to know.
And then one of the other pieces I would add to that is I'm not certain how far out that would be. Cost savings, cost avoidance, and how far out that timeline would be for that savings.
Oh, okay, all right, great.
But I will take that as a follow-up and get back to you with more
Okay,
information.
appreciate it. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to refer to the slide that says many services are provided both by and agencies. Could you speak to that slide a little bit more? I'd like to know if you're talking about duplication of services, duplication of IT, and it says provided by, both by and agencies. By, what do you mean by that?
Good question, and thank you for the clarification. There is a missing word in the by. There should be by OITS. In the we caught that late last night, so I apologize about that. That's because it is an important piece in there. But there is duplication and overlap in terms of some of the services that OITS provides and some of the services that the agencies are providing. And part of the value in that service catalog and that clarification in number 2 on that slide is really around defining who ITS is and who it isn't, and then what agencies have to provide around that service. Some could be like what we would call last mile and do the last 10% or something like that. But first of all, the most important part is putting a stake in the ground in what is the service, what's the level of service level agreement that you can expect. To the representative's earlier question, making sure that that service delivery is really there.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The committee, there was a legislative post audit that was presented, and it was over buildings and facilities, and it did talk, there was some duplication of effort going on. I'm afraid that the state's paying for that duplication of services more than we realize, maybe in a couple of places. And so there could definitely be some potential savings there. But these are not specific agency services you're talking about. You're just talking about IT overlap. Because I think we also have some agency overlap with their actual services, but you're just talking specifically about IT here. Is that correct?
Good clarification, Senator. Yes, we've just focused on IT services across those. We did not focus on non-IT services and overlap across agencies.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I also think that Lieutenant Governor from Iowa said that they consolidated a few agencies also. Some of that might have been the 200 million also, so. But, Oh, okay,
One
one more question, then we'll go to Senator Francisco, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, but another thing that ticked off or clicked off a thought is 22 programming languages on the slide 2 or 3 after, and this may be for Jeff, but wasn't ITech supposed to handle that? We have policies and procedures in place so that we don't have the scenario going on. And here we are looking at why do we have all of this bureaucracy and then we have this problem?
That's a great question, Senator, and you'll see one of the recommendations further is to really strengthen that because a lot of the stuff around like programming languages that were established as policies were passed in like 2010. So there had not been a lot of work. And so ITEC spinning up to keep moving those policies, rebuilding some new policy committees and architecture standards committees will help establish better policies and standards that are clear and easier to communicate and enforce. So, but there's been a lack of that kind of middle layer from a governance perspective for some time.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not one size fits all, and so I don't know the specifics of why they've chosen different languages and stuff, but I'm wondering, what is this overall layer? How productive is this? How beneficial is it? I mean, we really need to take a hard look at our, and I know that's what we're doing, but I'm not convinced I'll keep those comments to myself yet, but would you please refresh the committee? How was Gardner selected?
Yep.
Was it?
So
Okay,
the
thank
state,
you, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, thank you for that question, Senator. So the state has a procurement process that we went out for RFP to get a list of contractors from a consulting side on what we call a master consulting contract, which once they're on that master consulting contract, agencies can put together a mini RFP, which we call a task order, where you submit a statement of work or specifications for a project to that list of already approved contractors that have already gone through the RFP process. And basically then from there, you have a mini competitive bid process. So we had about I think either half a dozen or a dozen vendors, consultants bid on that. And then we down selected based on those requirements that we outlined in there and selected the option. It was almost like a double bid process.
Okay. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the range of cabinet and non-cabinet agencies that were reviewed. As you well know, 911 board was not an agency until July 1st, and that's going to have a considerable amount of IT services. So I think we have to look at this as a snapshot in time, which any data gathering is going to be. We're never going to be always able to keep up. So I appreciate at least knowing this list of agencies, and then we can be thinking what do we know that we can add, in terms of those other possibilities.
Yeah, and I also think that as my ranking member and I were talking, this was a short time period also. I mean, February to October is pretty short, and he was saying that, usually it's a lot longer than that. So that causes a little bit of, but 291 kind of dictated that. So, all right, I appreciate it. Brian, would you like to continue with the target summary?
Sure, thank you. And just one addition, if I may, on the survey. It was a pretty good response rate for the time period that we had. And one of the things I had commented earlier is I think we should take current state as a baseline. I think the senator makes a great point in terms of that it's always a moving target. There's always more, but we did try to get the big baseline to be able to make some beacons for going forward. Okay. So we're going to go into target state summary. And so one of the things that we really focused on from a target state, I know there's a conversation in regards to SB 291 this afternoon, but we really centered around 4 target state goals. And these are really good goals for any IT organization, whether you're going to integration, centralization, hybrid, or not. These are really good goals that any IT organization should have. So the first one around maximizing value of IT resources. So obviously the first thing that comes to mind is people, but we're also looking at processes, tools, IP, infrastructure, hardware there. We've heard a lot about potential opportunities for optimization and rationalization up in that area, but I think there is opportunity to move that forward from a target state perspective. The second piece is around increasing cost efficiencies, reducing that technical debt. So looking for those opportunities for economies of scale to optimize, rationalize, and then retiring that sort of aging, non-supported or high-cost technology that's not meeting the business need, not allowing you to be agile and scalable and maintainable, not only for today, but for tomorrow, because you don't want to keep having to buy and reinvest in new systems. You want to build on what you have. So I think there's opportunity there. And then the last, third one, excuse me, is providing high-impact citizen and agency services. And to the representative's point earlier is we have to focus on that. And that's a really important part of the success of any IT organization is knowing who its customers are and providing strong service delivery. And then the last piece is in doing this and ensuring in a safe and secure environment. So that is reducing the risk to your agencies, your constituents, and so on and so forth. Reducing that and putting it in a safe and secure environment. So as we sort of thought through the target state, these are sort of goals we kept in mind to make sure that putting the state in a better spot. So the target state provides a strong foundation to improve service delivery, simplify, modernize technology landscape in Kansas. And one of the things we focus on from a target state and the roadmap is really the concept of urgency, readiness, and maturity, focusing on those pieces, again, for any IT organization. So what you can see is sort of some of these readiness achievements, whether SB 291 goes forward or not, readiness for change, readiness for the future, in providing and moving towards those goals. And I'll go into each of these in a minute individually, but again, from an organization, getting that service-centric delivery model, formalizing some of that job architecture so you can really have a better statewide view on that capacity and capabilities that exist, where you need to invest in modern technologies and build up those arms so that you can maintain that efficiency going forward so you don't get into a continuous cycle of rationalization and optimization. Stop it at the front, right? And then enhancing some of that governance. From services and architecture, really looking at that service catalog, who we are, who we're not, right? And that integrated service delivery, making sure we know where the handoffs are, things of that nature. Standardized IT architecture, we talked a little bit about that. Also enhancing data security and regulator compliance. There's a big data component. We want to make sure not only that you're getting the insights that you need from the data you have, but also that that data is safe and secure. On the financial side, I think some of the conversations we hit on earlier around providing that statewide financial governance and reporting to the representative's point and making sure we can streamline, get a better view so there isn't so much manipulation of data and effort to really come up with that overall IT spend. And then I think to the entire committee's point, being able to have a fuller view. That is not just a baseline, but a full view. And then cost optimization through best practices demand management. Again, for the sake of this afternoon's presentation, cybersecurity is here, but they will talk about some of the target state and readiness achievements from that perspective. So from an organization perspective in the target state, what we're looking at is a normalized and scalable IT service delivery model that drives customer value, operational efficiencies. I've talked a little bit about that service-centric operating model, focusing on customers from that perspective. building up some of that enterprise governance, but maintaining that scalability and agility. So not only using governance to do some of that optimization and rationalization that is needed out there today, but stopping that at the start, at the front door, and making sure you come up with, doesn't need to be one standard, but it could be 3, and these are the standards, and this is what's going to go forward for a statewide perspective, and agencies can leverage that. From a structured talent, I talked a lot about capabilities and capacities, but understanding what's out there, building career paths through that so employees can see what the next steps are and how they grow up into IT director, so on and so forth. And then again, I think we've talked about and had a couple questions on sort of organizational change and engagement, but I think that's really one of the critical success factors to this entire thing is maintaining that level of engagement and feedback and continuous loop and building that back into sort of the services and activities from a statewide IT perspective. From a services and architecture perspective, publishing service catalog and EA standards to lay the foundation for integrated services, simplifying the technology landscape. And I think this goes to the senator's point around 22 programming languages is too much. Some of them have been around for years and years, but moving forward with those, getting to more modern platforms so that you can have that scalability and agility. So looking at that service portfolio and that service catalog, who is statewide IT, who is it not, where should agencies really focus their efforts in making sure that it's one cohesive view. Publishing some of those EA standards and building into some of that statewide governance. Again, from a statewide perspective, that'll help as you build standards across the data, you'll be able to really make that into information. You'll be able to start having more management dashboards and a full state view for better and improved decision-making and quicker decision-making as well. Some of the financial management is a good example of that piece. From a finance perspective, we talked about some of this, but increasing the IT financial governance so that you have that consistent view, building in some of those financial management practices, building that funding model and continue to iterate on those chargeback practices. So I think we've talked about some of these, but that's sort of the key pieces as we thought through the target state that are things that should be taken on today to help achieve some of those goals. Again, as we thought through what you're seeing here and now into the next section on the gap analysis, really looking at that urgency, maturity, and readiness to go forward. So we sort of time box these into the next 12 to 14 months on things that we think statewide IT can move forward with. I guess similar, do you want to stop for questions before? Okay. So from a gap analysis perspective, some of the things we just talked about, right? Gap analysis addresses the urgent needs, drives early improvements, and enhances partnerships across the state. And we focused it in really 3 areas here. The first is we're calling foundational IT readiness. These are core elements that OITS and KSO should take on and need to address. We heard feedback on these things like that service catalog, things like that enterprise governance, stronger enterprise governance, especially in that middle layer. I think we've talked a little bit about that. And then optimized operational practices and the service desk, which came up. So those are things from a core IT should be addressed as we look for this, as we discuss readiness. The second is taking a more state approach, and this would be in partnership with some of the agencies, getting that normalized workforce and job architecture down to really better understand your statewide view. Rationalizing those tools and contracts, we've talked a lot about that. Standardizing some of those platforms ahead of time so that when agencies are looking to modernize, there's already options out there that they don't have to go choose one of their own, and then you have to create a whole new model of support and a new contract and all of that. There's synergies to standardizing those. Again, it doesn't have to be one. could be a couple, but limiting it so you don't get to some of those numbers, preventing it at the front door. Similar on the statewide data governance, the more governance you have up front in terms of the data structures and that sort of thing, the better off you'll be to really continue some of these statewide views. And again, the financial piece continues to be a good example of that. The last piece is really, the last sort of concept is around customer agency readiness. And this isn't asking agencies to do anything, but it's more around how do we engage? How do we communicate? What is the change management to improve those relationships across the state IT ecosystem? So we focused a little bit on business relationship management. I mentioned that earlier. Organizational change discipline. Oftentimes people only think about organizational change when there's an initiative or a big effort underway, but that should be an ongoing discipline that should be ingrained in the state. There's always going to be change in IT. These recommendations all require change. So making sure stakeholders understand that, making sure they see the value, making sure their voice is heard and they are participating is a discipline that needs to be built. And then the last one is improved engagement and in communications. Again, to some of the questions earlier, I think we've done a start on engaging. That needs to continue and be further enhanced as you move forward in some of this planning. So I'll go through these pretty quickly because I think we've covered a lot of this, but just the formalized service catalog, if we look at that from what it is, it's just a centralized list of all the statewide IT services offered to customer agencies. It gives you the who, what, where, how, what, costs, dependencies. It gives you clarity on what is being provided and then what you need to do. So that is a big one. I know there's some effort going on right now around this, but it is a big one. I know service level agreements often comes up in the conversations that we've had. So building those expectations to the representative's earlier point around service delivery, you know exactly what you're going to get here from a service level agreement. You know what you can expect from that perspective. Strengthening enterprise governance to help focus and enforce streamlined, transparent, and collaborative IT decisions. We talked about some of those gaps in the middle, but we do think there's opportunity, again, to control it at the door. And then there's opportunity in here to also do the rationalization and optimization of things that are already out the door. And that's really what that middle layer is contemplating. The one piece, again, I would recommend these be multi-agency so that it is interactive and has statewide feel to it. Something like the workforce could take on something like the job architecture framework so that it does meet the needs of the state. Things like the finance review committee subcommittee could work on some of the IT financial practices, architecture, working through enterprise architecture standards, data, so on and so forth. I think happy to answer any questions on those after. Optimize operational practices, excuse me. What this is really talking about is IT service management, and that's the efficiency and effectiveness of the services you're getting. So the way we're looking at this is improving, maturing, enabling, and optimizing those service delivery outcomes so that customers get better services quicker. So focusing on this, there is some effort underway, I believe, on this as well, but some around standardizing processes, increasing efficiencies, better planning and resource allocation to be able to meet that service delivery with the customer in mind. Improving the service desk capability. So as we looked at service desk, there was a lot of feedback in this area. There's a lot of process complexity here, and it is a shared, service desk is often shared between agencies and state. So those handoffs and things of that process can be cleaned up so that you quicker time to resolve. Knowing who to go to. There's another challenge in here in terms of some of the data. There's many codes around service desks, so some things can go down the wrong route and then get pulled out. That takes time. So there's efforts here that can evolve towards faster, more efficient services. Talked about this a little bit, but a normalized workforce and IT job architecture provide with a more manageable roster of talent for effective workforce strategy planning, career growth, and performance. And I think that's really important. That is, there's advantages for both employees and the state in terms of doing this, so that that career growth is clearer in terms of that trajectory. Talked a lot about optimization and rationalization of IT tools, but I think there's an opportunity not only on the tool side and application side, as we discussed earlier, but in contracts as well. We did not go into a deep dive on contracts, but I would anticipate that an effort that would eliminate would yield, excuse me, some results in cost efficiencies, operational savings, in terms of looking into those. So we would recommend that as part of the readiness roadmap. This is another one around getting out ahead. I talked about platform standards earlier, but increase the return on investment. You're already investing in some of these platforms, on modern technology platforms, but standardize on a certain set, develop communities of practice, experts in these areas. It'll be able to have you get to market, get to value quicker. Again, there are pockets of examples going on within the state. It's a little inconsistent, but building this up will get you and help you to modernize quicker in some of these areas. But again, sort of limiting what comes in the front door to be able to increase your manageability, cost efficiencies, and operational efficiencies. The last piece around, excuse me, not the last piece, but around statewide data governance, so leveraging that review board to adopt management standards and tools, just best practices, start building that those enterprise standards and look to drive some of the compliance so that you can have not only the agency view, but start to create statewide views and have more informed decision-making across that. And some of those requests may go from 5 days across agencies to 2 days or something. So you'll see some efficiencies from that perspective. It increases your data quality. It also increases your security by structuring the data governance. Then moving over to more of the customer-centric side, building up a business relationship discipline, so helping to sense, shape, and deliver on that demand for IT value. We don't only want to answer the demand for today, but you want to anticipate the demand for tomorrow, so start building those capabilities early to be able to deliver on behalf of your customer agencies. So looking to build this up to make sure there is a partnership with the agencies. We talked about institutionalizing organizational change discipline, so I won't go too far into this one, but really building into that. You can see some of the examples on the right around making sure we understand who our stakeholders are, what their needs are. I think there's some good baseline in the current state work that we've done and some of this target state, but continuing to do that, continuing to hone in on where those needs are, where the demand is, where the supply is, and being able to better understand and then meet your customers and agencies where they are. And then the last piece is improved engagement and communications. Again, I think there's been a start from the project perspective. This should become a discipline that is ongoing and ingrained in the statewide IT. So building this, again, there's a sample plan there, but continuing that spirit of openness and transparency. There's a lot in here to do. And having those open conversations about how we're progressing, what's working, what's not, where are those bright spots, where are we running into hurdles, and working together and being transparent about it, I believe will go a long way in building some of those, building that trust and engagement across all stakeholders. So that was the last piece of the first part. I'll give it back to the chairperson.
Yeah, let's go ahead and ask. One thing I do have is, could we get your, I guess it'd be your side some of the slides that were on the side of that last presentation, if we could get them bigger. I know I'm having a hard time reading them, and so that would help, I think, to kind of understand.
Absolutely, Chairperson.
So any questions for Brian about this last part? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Brian. You're doing a great job. If you need some water, let us know. I want to go to slide 39, which is the strengthening enterprise governance, and you give a makeup of what the landscape is. And first, I want to compliment you because it looks like the Joint Committee on Information Technology does not need to improve. It's gray, that's what I'm assuming, and you knew your audience and did a nice job. But can you give us some examples along the lines of improving the Information Technology Executive Council or the Information Security Council? What is meant by that?
Yes, good question. So in regards to ITech, what we've seen is that there is a lot of policy being developed and pushed up to that, but it is slow in moving forward. We think by building that middle layer, you can build across-agency coalitions to build some of that policy and really get buy-in on those enterprise standards at that level, and then push through with ITech in a quicker time frame to get to some of those enterprise standards. The other piece I will add to that is we think that some of the optimization and rationalization that we're talking about, that I think there are benefits across the state for, really will require a multi-agency coalition to drive. And so we're thinking some of the middle layer will be able to help drive that and get approvals from the statewide level.
So are you saying that middle level needs to be a multi-agency organization? Is that what the recommendation is going to be, or?
Good clarification. Yes, we would see those having participation from multiple agencies. I think there's a lot of value in having participation from both cabinet and non-cabinet agencies, similar to what the makeup of ITech is, because you're coalescing, building consensus at that level, which is gonna, I believe, make it easier to build approvals at the statewide level.
And I'm a huge org chart guy. I love drawing them out. But anytime I see subcommittees, I'm starting to think, okay, how's this efficient? How can we be agile and quick if we have a subcommittee that needs to get decisions made or approved by an overarching? Can you explain how those subcommittees might work and what the makeup would be? Is there any crossover in roles? Just curious.
Good question, and we can provide some follow-ups. We have some like charters and things from that we can provide at a later date. The concept there is that there are sort of lieutenants in there. It's a little bit more, and subcommittee can we can change that word, but we were trying to follow the sort of above. But the idea and concept behind that is they're the arms and legs of driving some of these initiatives and then almost reporting back up into it to drive it. I wouldn't anticipate something like an ITech body being in the nuts and bolts of rationalization optimization,
Right.
Making those recommendations. They should be probably approving those recommendations. I would anticipate some reporting out on what those recommendations look like in avenues like this. But I think the concept is they're really driving that evaluation and standardization of those tools, for example, or in the concept of the Finance Review Board, making recommendations to what we do to move forward the GL to be able to have a clearer picture on IT spending, things of that nature. Because I think there's, in each of those 9 or 10 recommendations I just went through, I think there's some work to be done. And there's a lot of value in having these subgroups working together and building that at the state level, at that level, before bringing it up. I think you'll get more consensus, more buy-in.
And Mr. Chair, just a couple more here. Just, Brian, I'll let you off the hook. Just to be quick, though, a gap analysis means that there's a gap that needs to be filled. Is that correct? So these are recommendations of, or observations of, we need to address these issues because there's a gap. Is that correct?
Good clarification. Yes.
Okay.
These are recommendations that we based on urgency, maturity of the state, and readiness for any sort of change, whether it be SB 291 or not. These are recommendations we are making because there are gaps today.
Thank you. And now, Jeff, if I can ask you two questions that might lead to 20, but you never know. The two questions are, I'm on slide 47, institutional organizational change discipline. All of that makes sense to me. But there's some curiosity that I have in reference to current state.
Sir.
And how many of our full-time positions within your organization are held by contract labor?
I don't have exact numbers across the executive branch. I believe there's like contract FTEs.
Yeah, contract
FTEs.
FTEs.
is about, I'll ballpark maybe about 200.
Okay.
But that does not account for like specific project where that is a contractor coming in.
Right,
So those may
right.
be like staff aug to help a
I'm just, if we implement the subcommittees and the design here, these full-time employees that you have are 200 are contract employees?
across the spectrum, we
Okay.
have IT employees across, not contractors, is around 700 or so across all agencies.
Okay.
Contractor.
Then let's go specific to, do you have a communication manager, and is that position available and filled?
We just offered one to a communications director, and they start December 8th.
Oh, all right.
So
Set that up for you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for patience.
If I may, Chair, to kind of address your question too about these subcommittees, you know, one of the things is over the years, we have had a gap in getting some of this work done. We've heard the feedback too of addressing kind of that fine line of collaboration versus dictation, but we need to also, you know, move fast. And so how can we be agile with some of these committees and not necessarily dictate, but we've also not had, you know, subject matter experts that we can point, say, you are the chair, you're leading this, we need this done. So as we introduce positions like the chief data officer, yes, you'll be the one who will chair that data review board. We can go to the accounts and reports or the division of budget, say, yeah, on the financial side, we need one of you guys chairing it because you're the experts in that space. So as we're growing and maturing as a state, we need to identify some groups, because right now some of the policies are just being done by a small group, and then ITech itself is having to literally walk through all the policies as part of the policy review, and that's not efficient either, but we're making progress. So there is some significant changes on how we think, and that also plays into some of this.
And Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. Just, and James, maybe this is a note for, I would like to see the roles and purpose of these subcommittees. I'm not opposed to this type of level of management, but if you're dealing with an organization that already has a constrained and high turnover, it might just be more strain on a tight organization as it is. So I just would like to really see more about the subcommittees and the information. Not to be against the idea, is just, you know, you could, if you have 100 people and now you have 10 more committees for people to serve on, and they still have to do their daily jobs, it doesn't become efficient. So thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah. I'm Senator Cluse.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if it's okay, I need to jump back to previously because I've been trying to run some numbers here. And it's, thank you, and this will probably be for Jeff. Slide 29 has that statewide IT spending. So I'm going way back.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Can you tell me, with things sunsetting, so we're going to have to come back to a budget. Is this, these monies for these particular cabinet agencies, is this out of theirs, or is this part of the overall OITS?
In most cases, Senator, that is their IT spend. So there is some that is the chargeback OITS does to agencies that do make up the agency's IT spend because we're an off-budget agency from OITS perspective. So that is actually counted in agencies' budgets, not OITS's. So off budget versus on budget, we are a chargeback agency. We bill the agencies for the services we provide. So there is a piece, but our makeup, our total budget on budget and off budget is closer to about, I believe, 90 million.
You believe what?
The actual off budget and on budget spend for OITS is closer to 90 million.
To 90 million, okay.
So if I may jump in just so the 48 million for OITS on here is on budget.
Yes. I believe
Okay.
so.
All right. Go ahead. Senator, if you. Okay. Yeah, to explain the on budget, off budget. So if we, OITS, and as Jeff said, charges, let's say, KDOT for services. In KDOT's budget are those charges. It's also in OITS's budget, but it would be double counted if we didn't put it off budget. So when we look at their budgets, or when we look at OITS's budget, there's an off budget area and an on budget area. And so that off budget is what's being paid to them by other agencies. So
I will caveat too, sir, if I may. For fiscal year 25, obviously we had some big projects going on. There's ARPA funds that are accounted in for some of this. We do have some of that further breakdown, but obviously there's a natural ebb and flow as agencies start projects, ends projects that exists in the budget. So that was just for fiscal year 25.
Senator, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. I think I'm following it better now. But just as we move forward and we consider SB 291, you know, what those out years will look like on this spend. And then things that, and when I was looking, for instance, 26 for SGF for the Attorney General's office towards CISO. That's not really in here, it's separate, right?
We did not count, and Attorney General is not part of this analysis because they're a constitutional office outside of part of executive branch, separate constitutional office, and we're exempted in the statute.
Okay. Then what other agencies who else would fall under that? Treasurer?
Insurance Commissioner, so Department of Insurance, Secretary of State's office, Attorney General, an extension KBI as well, and the Treasurer.
Okay.
And then Judicial and Legislative.
So
And
that's
Education, Department of Education as well.
okay. So that's completely separate then.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thanks.
All right, any other questions for Brian? Yeah, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So back to slide 39, when we talked about that middle group, that actually works, a middle group works really well on our 911 board in terms of getting those policies established. So in addition to being in gray, along with the Joint Committee on Information Technology, is also the GIS Policy Board. So can you say really quickly what they do, why they do it well, what's been helpful?
Yep. So the GIS Policy Board sets the GIS policies for the state of Kansas, and so the chair is, and I'm gonna missay their organization, but they're actually out of the chair is out of KU, and they're drawing the blank on what their organization is called, but they are setting the standards. Like when you do mapping, you have to set to this level of detail, or if you're using this type of technology for that mapping, it must meet these requirements. They set those standards. They do very well. Another I would argue we are one of the most advanced states in making sure our systems are accessible because of the structures we built up around that. They also review as contracts come in, you have to essentially get a review by the KPAT to make sure whatever solution you're putting out there is accessible. So things like that, those have been very successful and have continued to exist. And so we haven't had that kind of ebb and flow of some of the functions. So that is also one why they've done so well.
So GIS would be Geographical Information Services.
Yes, ma'am.
But I appreciate that, and those are some examples of some things working really well, I think, at that level. And I wouldn't want the CETO to get in the middle of GIS.
I do not know that space, so now I participate or I have a designee participate in that. But again, we want them to run it, and that's kind of the model. We want the people that are the subject matter experts kind of setting the standard of what makes sense for them. We don't, again, that dictation versus collaboration. We do not want to be in that space.
Okay, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is for Brian. You know, as I look at some of this information that talks about duplicate purchasing of software and licenses and inconsistent use of charts of accounts, non-standard job descriptions, duplication of service, I mean, those are all symptomatic of a decentralized, which, as was asked earlier, you know, your map shows that we're somewhat of a hybrid, kind of going through a change in many ways, and I see it as for the better, at least in recent years. But, you know, different than corporate organizations, you know, this is a political organization, so management changes by its very nature, right? So what do you, I assume you've done implementation as well as analysis in other states, and what's the acceptance level and what are the barriers for acceptance? Is it the fact that people just have a shorter term view in political organizations than they do in corporate organizations? Just curious.
Thank you for the question, Representative. One piece I just, because Gardner is very sensitive about the word implementation, we do not do system implementation. We have due to our business and technology insight side with our research, we maintain independence and objectivity. So we don't partner with like software partners or systems integrators or anything of that nature. We can't due to the our independence and objectivity. I think you were more talking about implementation of sort of different operating models, to which I will get to, but I think it's worth sort of clarifying that. From that perspective, and this is a little bit honestly why when we started to look at this roadmap, we know that SB 291 will be discussed coming into, well, this afternoon, but also into the January legislature. So what we really concentrated on is where is the urgency, where is the maturity needed, and where is, should you move forward with any version of those, where is the readiness going to get you? So you are in, from a state perspective, the best possible place to move forward in that. Now, the ecosystem is always changing, so there are always complications in there. But these are fundamentally things that will put you in a better spot to be able to engage in those conversations, whether it moves forward or not. There certainly are, and my example earlier around when I was talking about the different services, there's certainly areas where you can push forward in that, like policy and governance. That's why we're spending a lot of time on the governance, obviously, building those enterprise standards and helping to build those and enforce those across the state landscape will put you in a better position. Oftentimes what we see when we get to some of the other ones around services and workforce, that tends to be the more complicated, more opinions around how to manage that, particularly from an integrated and a local perspective. But those tend to be more the hot button conversations, if you will, that when we start looking at this and when we look across the landscape, tend to get the most discussion. And that's why a little bit very early on, I was saying there's different sectors here and they don't all need to move at the same pace. And figuring out what that blend of integration and local is for the state of Kansas, you can be successful in that, and that may not look like another state. So apologies, long-winded answer, but did I answer your question, Senator? That's Representative.
Well, you're right. I was asking more of the things that you see on the implementation side, resistance to change, people that are political appointees that don't see their benefit in tightening cybersecurity or changing IT practices you follow. So that's really what I was asking you, but I do appreciate your comments. So,
And if I may, one follow-up to that, Representative. One of the concepts that, for more forward, obviously, we have more work to do over the next month, but one of the concepts of thinking around the concept of an accountability hub that helps drive some of these activities, helps report out from an independent perspective, multi-agency, but also working with the agencies on the communications, change management thing. Large-scale initiatives like this often, that's a real value add, making sure you're operating all those moving parts. And we would say that's probably a cross-agency viewpoint, so it doesn't hold within one of those individual areas.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions before Jeff comes up? Okay, so Jeff, did you want to go into kind of what you're thinking now or after we do the cybersecurity?
We can do the cyber, and then what we're kind of, again, for you, Mr. Chairman, if that's more for the conversation this afternoon, I mean, we'd move into the cyber and then use that because I think that is definitely part of the conversation in the broader.
So do you have anything to add then at this point
Yeah,
before we go to the cybersecurity?
And I'll kind of I don't want to say put the bow on kind of this conversation, but to your point, Representative Turner. So really the goal is so the state has tried to consolidate multiple times in the past 15 years. And we've seen multiple states and various attempts, versions, fail, work different ways, and when we get into half positions, things like that. So as we kind of start analyzing, what that looks like, what are the things that we fundamentally need to do as a state to position ourselves for whatever direction? And to the degree, there is a fundamental change on how we treat IT. IT is a service provider to the agencies. We need to be such. Here are the expectations. Here's what we need. If we're not meeting those demands or those needs, then the value is not being delivered. So what do we need to do to adjust? And that is kind of a shift. And when we look at things like budget, some agencies say, IT, here's your budget. Others are more in the model kind of like OITS. This is what it is, the cost for us to provide this service, and being clear in defining those. So there's some very fundamental changes we need to do as a state. And that's where we're kind of trying to hone in on, because service catalogs, it's not just OITS, for example. IT in general needs to be providing those service catalogs. We can set standards and say, hey, this should be the standard time for when you put a request in for a new user to have a laptop. We can say, 3 days from order from Dell into our hands to deploy it back to them as the standard. And agencies now at kind of like 7 days. What is the missing piece here that we need to identify? How can we start addressing some of those challenges? Is that okay to the agency? It may be, maybe it is, maybe it's not. So, but we can't tell that story unless we make some of these fundamental changes. And so that's where we're really trying to steer where this is at right now, because there's some immediate changes we have to make.
Well, I appreciate those comments. I didn't want to go too long on my questions, but yeah, I was going to ask you the same thing as would these things have happened organically, because the things you name are exactly what gave rise to the 291 type of bill, to give cause for folks to move in the direction that's actually healthy for the entire organization. So
yes, so that's where we're trying to focus. So definitely appreciate that.
well, I appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, let's go on to the cybersecurity piece then.
Thank you guys for your.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate your presentation.
All right, on the cybersecurity piece, as you saw from the lead slide earlier, we'll have Michael Orozco presenting. He can introduce himself as we step into this. But again, kind of similar themes, similar look and feel, and obviously, he's a subject matter expert in this space, and we'll kind of go through kind of the same current state gap analysis roadmap type situation. So hand it over to Michael.
All right, sounds good.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Michael Orozco. I'm a senior expert partner and North American practice leader for Gartner's cybersecurity and resilience practice. I thank you for your time. As we take a look at the cybersecurity from a statewide current state summary, it's notable to see the level of involvement from over 25-plus agencies, aligning entities that were interviewed. And these interviews were done in a combination of one-on-one interviews, surveys, group, town hall, at various levels of the technical organization. Over 70-plus documents were reviewed that were submitted for not only analysis, confirmation of observations to make sure that we're not looking at a one-off instance, but rather making sure that we're analyzing trends, current capabilities, and seeing them from various perspectives, both from the Office of the KSO, as well as looking at the various CIOs that service the agencies and other representative stakeholders within those organizations, including cabinet agencies, non-cabinet agencies, Board of Regents, and also city and county, to get a full perspective of how cyber is not only being offered, how it's being received, and whether or not it's equally applicable for protecting across the state evenly. And what's driving that is the recognition that the nefarious actors these days have access to nation-state grade capability. It no longer requires a skilled technician to be able to affect an incident, to take down a site, affect the state, but rather there's tremendous customer service out on the dark web. They offer it for a number of reasons. There's rising geopolitical tensions that are at play. So there's a lot at stake in the protection of the state of Kansas. When we look at the key insights and modernization opportunities that we were able to observe, and there's many more that are listed in detail, but these are the high-level ones that I think are most pertinent for us. Thank you. There's investments that have been made in robust cybersecurity tools, SOC tools, 24/7, centralized view of what's happening at security operations centers, and that really takes into account network, any type of incidents, disruption. Has there been anything that's noteworthy that an analyst would want to look at to say something's going wrong, something is acting that shouldn't be there? And we're also taking a look at a number of different collaborative team relationships that have been operating in a manner at various levels within cabinet, non-cabinet, various groups within OITS to try to formulate a stopgap measure so that there are gaps in security, how they can collaborate to provide the service. So valiant efforts all through. However, one of the areas that we recognize that's going to be key for further enhancing and maturing the capabilities is to consider the further adoption and standardization for fully realized benefits. And what we observed is that some agencies have acceptable levels of cybersecurity, others do not. Some adopt OITS, some do not, want to do it on their own. And what that does is present a opportunity, or what we reference in the technical world as an attack surface vector. You're providing an opportunity to have a vulnerability that can be harvested for a nefarious exploit. You can provide an opportunity for someone to inadvertently introduce a virus that'll take down systems. And that could be done as something as innocuously as bringing in a thumb drive with wedding pictures or pictures of a grandchild, all the way through a malevolent actor that's targeting. So that's critical to understand that. We also recognize that there's, as you've heard before, staffing challenges and a number of immature cybersecurity risk management processes that are aggravated by the inadequate staffing. The inadequate staffing is symptomatic of a number of different factors that come into play. One is the availability of technical resources that are properly skilled within a geographic area. You have different skill sets available to you and people that you could choose from to make appropriate decisions to staff your services, but also factor in a number of other factors such as compensation, seasonality, who else you're competing with in the region that also wants similar type of resources. So we require, from an operational standpoint, greater standardization, but that requires people that understand and have the skills are in place in order to work towards those standards. Any type of gaps provide an opportunity for folks to not only be learning the job, but also then have to learn what is the new operating model that's better practices. How do we become more mature? So that's an area that we recommend, as an observation, be prioritized for review. We also look at the fragmented cybersecurity service delivery and adoption. From a centralized perspective, you have the economies of scale, you've got concentrations of skills and capacity, you have concentrations of experience. And when that's fragmented, again, it suboptimizes what you really want to do, which is provide high-level protection, high-quality services across the board. And so there needs to be a highlight of being able to address that fragmented model. We're looking at inconsistencies in the adoption of KISO services by cabinet and non-cabinet, as I mentioned. Some groups just felt that they were better at it, they knew their systems better, but in reality, they're overlooking the fact that when an incident occurs, when there is a attack, and we're not sure, is it an attack, is it a glitch, more minds collectively are going to bring to bear a combination of higher skills and analysis for faster response versus a smaller team that may not have seen that. We also take a look at the state cybersecurity maturity. It's in its initial stages. There is certainly room for improvement, and one of the notes that I would insert here is that cybersecurity maturity is an ongoing process. It's a life cycle process that's on a continuum. The threats that are current and emerging will evolve. We're now seeing what used to take approximately a couple of days of active work of an actor trying to breach within your network and expand to other systems. This past year, publications across the world noted it's 51 seconds. So it's rapidly expanding. We now have the introduction and the quick arrival of quantum computing. That's going to radically change the landscape as we know it. We have post-quantum cryptography, which is capabilities and technology that we could apply now to preemptively protect us against those new threats. But again, we need the staff, we need it consistent, we need it applied uniformly, and we need it to make sure that from a foundational capabilities, those pieces are in there so you can adopt them and really harvest them consistently. When we take a look at how we came to measure, because we want to make sure to quantify at any time when we discuss risk, the value of that risk currency. Because many of us may view risk differently, what we envision in our mind versus what a technical professional will see versus a leader that's providing constituent services and has recognized the need that those services must go on. There is a variety of different frameworks out there, but there's one that stands out above most, and that is the NIST cybersecurity risk framework. NIST is a established, recognized, and validated framework that's used across federal government agencies, military. It's used across states and local government, as well as crosses the gamut of all commercial enterprises, both domestic and international. What it does is it focuses on 6 various overarching categories that measure the ability of an organization. And again, it's a maturity and strategic measurement because we're not testing systems per se. We're not there triggering events to see the response time, but we're looking at how well an organization can identify, how quickly they can protect, and they detect it, what's their mean time to identification that there's a problem before it goes out of hand, and certainly to be able to respond to it and recover. And those measurements are done via a number of different questions where we look at the controls in place. We look at the design of those controls. Are they appropriate for the level of cybersecurity threats that we see today? And they're also tested against the design to make sure that the effectiveness is taken into account. Are the controls working as we expect them to work? And are they consistent? And are they triggered in a matter that's the expectation of what we're protecting? Protection of key elements in organizations, for example, Department of Revenue, Department of Corrections, due to the sensitivity of those organizations as compared to other organizations that don't have life-changing or altering impacts on citizens, does not negate that they all need similar NIST assessment scores. What that means is that you need to protect everybody all the time because an entry point at any organization is an entry point into the broader web of network systems, applications, processes, and people. And from there, it creates you're chasing a mouse within a giant castle, and you just don't want the problem there. So we strive very hard to not only analyze that, and we've done so across a number of major factors and sectors to compare. We also take a comparison of how those scores fare against other states that are similar in size, density of population, and that offer similar services and catalogs. We also take a comparison against commercial enterprises just to give ourselves a view of how those compare. So there were a number of opportunities that came out of that. One of the areas that, of course, is going to be important is taking a look at the, did this switch? Thank you. There we go. Thank you, sir. Is taking a look at the initial and how it's lagging peers. We found it, or the assessment identified a number of different opportunities that were noteworthy. To highlight a few, and actually all of them are noteworthy. In the govern area, there's a number of strengths that we noted in terms of the governance model and policy board. ITEC is there to help develop statewide cyber policies. However, reactive governance is not optimal to a governance that's proactive in helping to identify what are the threats, are we prepared, have we tested them, how do we know that it's going to work, and also being able to standardize risk assessment practices so that every organization is being tested on a standardized schedule, whether that be annual, semi-annual, who's reviewing it, are we all looking at it objectively, or is there a subjective review? Are we using internal resources to do a preliminary assessment and invalidate it through an impartial, unmotivated third party? When I say unmotivated, they don't have any motivation to increase or decrease the scores. They're there to give it to you as it is. And that's really what you want. When we take a look at the detect, we notice that there's inconsistent monitoring of the data from agencies, which limit KISO's ability to respond. Data is the currency by which cybersecurity operates. If you don't have the data, you don't know what's there. If you're not measuring it, you can't realize the risk. It's very, very important to have that consistency. That consistency then touches also on a governance. Is there the governance in place to help make sure that data is being shared effectively, systems and processes and capabilities are being adopted? When we take a look at the areas of, for example, being able to identify a threat is incredibly important to know in a timely manner before that threat wreaks havoc on its initial target within your organization, as well as spreading across. And so we look at a lagging indicator that says that there's a risk thresholds have not been established. So what that means is that mean time to response, mean time to identification will vary from agency, cabinet, non-cabinet, depending on who you speak to. They have various tolerances for what's acceptable to be able to go through those categories. We need to standardize, and we need to recognize the importance of that moving forward. I can highlight some of the other ones, but they're also going to provide another point, which is the coordinated and statewide approach is absent. So we really would recognize the importance of having protection, having response, and having the standards be equal across any of the agencies. I would hazard to guess that any agency will say the services we provide are less important than any other. So why are the protections and the adoption of those capabilities not consistent? Take advantage of what KISO is offering, take advantage of what OITS is providing, again, in concentration of skills, human capital, systems experience, and a collective knowledge of the various attacks and signatures of those attacks that can preemptively be identified quickly to stop an attacker. When we look at capabilities and tools, there were a number of key findings that I think are also noteworthy. There's ambiguity that exists currently between KISO cyber responsibilities within each organization. So you have some agencies that have both a ISO that reports to the KSO from an information security. You also have CIO, but depending on the organization, they may have a closer working relationship with one or the other. It's imperative that both professionals and both roles have equal access to the secretaries because they both represent different sides of the problem. And so from formulating a solution approach, an ISO is going to look at it from a security. Is it a one-off? Are there quick fixes we can bring in, and what's the long-term implication? An ISO will overlap slightly with that, but they're going to focus, do we have the systems in place to be able to configure them? Do we also have tools, capabilities to be able to support ongoing monitoring of those pieces to support the ISOs and KSO? And so it's imperative to have those level of responsibilities not only available, but also the governance in place so that organizations understand what is the role of the ISO within KSO versus the role of the CIO within OITS. We want to make sure it's collaborative, it's complementary, not in some cases completely overlapping, or in many cases, what we found is there's one present, the other one is less present. We also look at the foundational cyber capabilities that lack maturity. We've mentioned the many governance, risk, compliance related capabilities are ad hoc. And that's also creating an opportunity for protection to be uneven and unequally applied across the enterprise. There's a number of agencies that lack critical capabilities. The question, and I'm sure many of you are asking, if it's available by OITS and the Office of the KSO, why are they lacking? That's where the governance comes in. And those questions should be asked because they shouldn't be there. And also from cybersecurity testing, there is a expanding tool portfolio from the Office of the KSO to improve cybersecurity capabilities. And there is a need to continue to develop and be integrated and make sure that those tools are best in class. And if they're equally applied across the agencies, then you're going to have an improvement in the foundational cybersecurity. If some groups are benefiting from great tools and experience that are optimally configured, and others are using their own batch of what they feel they're experienced or comfortable with, pieces are going to be missed. And the missing thread can provide an opportunity for something to develop. When we look at the service portfolio, and this is another key area of observation, both OITS and KSO, they collaborate to deliver cybersecurity outcomes for the agencies. But remember, as mentioned before, there is not a consistent application and adoption of services across all the agencies. So some are getting it better, some are not, and require more consistency. That inconsistency in the tools across cabinet, non-cabinet, and Board of Regents is an adoption issue that should be remedied because, again, it's creating an opportunity for incidents to be able to address. There is a term that we use in cybersecurity. It's called reconnaissance. Before an attacker takes their stance, they typically surveil. What are the tools? Let me run a scan. Let me ping the network. Let me do a number of different technical pieces to see, does anybody respond? Does anybody, does it recognize any alerts? Is anybody watching? When they find a weakness, then now this is where the entry point begins. So there are several critical cybersecurity services that are limited to a tool-only model, which means that agencies are not taking full advantage of the supporting management capabilities that are in place and it's causing a reduction in effectiveness. So again, areas that we can definitely improve. When we take a look at how we were able to map the statewide service delivery model based on executive agency classification, we placed them on this chart, and you'll see that, and again, this information has been validated with the agencies, with the Office of KSO, with the CISO himself, as well as the CITO and OITS. and the various representative groups. And it's been validated, so they recognize where they are in terms of the representative agency classification. We also recognize the standards, tools, operations, where they look at from decentralized, hybrid, or in some cases centralized. And again, this also reflects many of the points that were mentioned by my colleague Brian Conalog with regards to what's leading to or contributing to the rise in duplicate systems, duplicate applications that do overlapping capabilities. And so that, again, provides an opportunity for a particular group to think that they're well protected without knowing that there's something better with the team that's already highly trained and skilled that they can leverage. I call your attention to this chart where it also, if we look at the left side of the chart, it represents for us what would be a centralized or an integrated approach for any of these agencies. We recognize here on this chart that they are not all as far left as we would want them to be or recommend. They're spread throughout. But for the most part, they're left of center, which means that they're heading into the integration already. Many of them are recognizing the value, but it all comes down to various service levels that are there and how those service levels are being provided. Here's the second part of the chart that again identifies additional services. A couple of the services that are important on this particular chart that we see that are not as far left as they should be are authentication, authorization, and multi-factor authentication. There's also endpoint protection, which allows an opportunity for any organization to detect what's happening at its entry point. Laptops, mobile devices, mobile access to applications. What's happening at the end, furthermost point of the perimeter of a system and its ability to protect itself. Because that's typically the entry point. Not 100%, but most often. And it's certainly from vulnerability scanning. It's notable that that particular one should be moved far left because vulnerability scanning allows us to detect any weaknesses that have been introduced, any patches or updates or any system configurations that were altered to improve service delivery but created a vulnerability. And so that is a key integral point to constantly be scanning and understand what's available there. Any questions at this point?
I'd have maybe a comment, but a question. So on the last two slides,
Yes.
Board of Regents is, of course, all the way over to decentralization. And that probably should be the way it is, maybe because they're not necessarily, they're so spread out as far as all the different universities that is that pretty common that they would not necessarily be over onto the centralization?
I would say
As far as other states, I guess.
Good question, sir. Thank you very much for that, Representative Hoffman. I would answer that it's not uncommon. However, it does vary from state to state. Because when we take a look at the Board of Regents and the constituents that are operating within or that the regions serve, you're going to have the introduction of devices that are standardized, bring your own, individuals that are bringing in capabilities and software that may not be sanctioned or be as part of the authorized use policies. And so it's always best, if possible, to bring them further center rather than be completely decentralized. Otherwise, what happens is it puts them in the business of having to scan, detect, protect, and respond on their own, which is not optimally a business they want to be in. So that's where we see it in a combination of either one. The preferred method or the recommended method would be move them more center to left.
It would probably be more centralized under the Board of Regents and not necessarily centralized under the OITS or am I you see what I'm saying?
I do. I understand what you're.
Board of Regents, I mean, you could say there's it's different in other states, but I mean, some states only have one or two colleges where we have 7, I think, as far as state colleges. So, or not that many state colleges, 5. But is that, I would say should be maybe more centralized in the Board of Regents, but not necessarily in the, Jeff, would you like to, I mean, not Jeff, John, sorry. John, would you like to maybe jump in there?
Thank you, Chairman Hoffman. John Godfrey, State CISO. I think the questions you're asking are good. There are some opportunities I think we can look at to start with that could help. Earlier, we heard about effectiveness and rationalization of like contracts and software and purchase. When we look at cyber tools, this is an opportunity with the regions where together collectively with the state purchase power that we're doing and the work that they're doing, I do think there's some areas there that we can start to shift. Now, I don't think right out the gate it's shift all the way over, but I do think there are opportunities that we can start to work on that together we can collectively make things better, save money, bring efficiencies, but also improve capabilities across the regions as well. Because when you look across the regions, depending upon the size, they have the same challenge that we're talking about here. Some of them have more advanced capabilities than others. And so this would be a way that we could work collectively to enhance the capability set through, larger purchases, whole estate type activities. They participate in policy process. They've been very helpful in the policy process lately. And so that's bringing them over a little bit as well. And so I think there's pieces like that we could continue to work on that still continuously move us a little bit further, but collectively across the state, we're lifting everyone.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Michael, thank you for the presentation so far. We'll see. But along the lines of the slide that we're talking about, the decentralized, and maybe, John, you need to come up on this, but did the Kansas Board of Regents have a cybersecurity plan that you could review? I mean, was there something that they had as far as for their agency, this is their plan?
So great question. So much like we had set out to do an initial NIST-CSF baseline assessment of agencies, the Regents institutions did the exact same thing. And so the Regents institutions provided that NIST-CSF baseline assessment on a per agency basis to us. And that data was used along with other work that Gartner did to help evaluate their current capability state as it relates to this larger analysis that was performed.
So they provided the information, but my question is do they have an approved cybersecurity plan of action, policy, procedures, anything along those lines?
So I'm not familiar with each individual region's cyber-specific plan that they may have. I know different ones have different plans, and they're probably at different states. I know part of the effort, as I understood it, and I don't want to try and speak for them completely here, but as I understood it, the resulting outcomes from those assessments they did on their own with the NIST-CSF was to help them start developing a richer plan.
Thank you for that. And then, Michael, one last question. This is just from your experience. One of the issues that the chair was mentioning is what makes it difficult for education agencies like the K-Board or the Kansas State Department of Ed is that they can't dictate to school districts and to universities, here are the practice as the law stands right now. And it's difficult for school districts because they have Chromebooks and they have the phones and they have all these teaching tools. What have other states done to address this issue? Because that could be continued on with counties that don't even have cybersecurity officers, which I believe it's like 90% of the counties don't have anything in place. What do states do to address these issues, and what's the experience been? Or will this be part of your recommendations?
Twofold. Thank you very much for that question. Yes, there is further analysis to be done. It's specifically around the capabilities that currently exist within the Board of Regents in the various schools and districts, but also to understand what's the most prevalent capabilities that are being introduced into the network, Wi-Fi, and for what purposes, and whether or not there's been any level of review of the risk mitigation or identification. However, in the latter part of your question with regards to what we've seen done across the board First and foremost, there's a number of acceptable use policies and guidelines that have been defined so that we understand what systems are being introduced, what capabilities are being tied into the network, segmentation of the network between the Wi-Fi available for school use, school administration, internal systems versus a guest Wi-Fi that's being used by students, so that we can not only segment the network and contain if something inadvertently gets introduced that tries to limit its access to the overall school environment and critical applications that include school records, data privacy, health records, et cetera. The other piece as well that's been introduced widely has been a number of different policies and capabilities with regards to what timeframes student-owned systems are able to access networks. Many schools shut off a student's ability to access not only mobile devices, turn it off, can't have it accessed. They shut off the guest Wi-Fi for students during school hours to limit the ability of a student to either introduce viruses or malevolent capability through a game or through something that they're enjoying, but they don't realize that it's a Trojan horse made to be introduced in an environment. There's capabilities for scanning that are very prevalent. And the scanning opportunities are first and foremost an opportunity to see if something is being brought in that needs to be detected, caught, user privileges turned off immediately in order to identify that there's an issue. The education is also another primary point so that students, staff alike are aware of what could be possibly introduced into their environment inadvertently. I can't tell you how many times I've seen across university administrations, technical staff alone, examples of where we would bring in thumb drives, drop them in the parking lot. Almost 100% of the time, each thumb drive gets picked up, somebody's curious what's on it, plugs it into the network. Experiment confirmed, right? Because everyone's wondering, did somebody drop important files and who is that and who could I tell on them? And then automatically that's creating a situation where you're introducing something into this system. So a nefarious actor doesn't have to work really hard. Just go into the parking lot, spread them out. But so education on what looks to be simple and common sense that oftentimes is not common practice. Much of what we've heard in the past will include, for example, the effective reminder that when you get an email, hover over the email address. Is it an email address that's recognized? Is it at and a domain name that you recognize, or is it coming from somewhere else? Because unless you hover over it and look at it, I could send an email that says Michael Orozco at, and it's got a completely different company versus you hovering over it, and you'll see, no, it is Michael.Orozco at Gartner. That's a legitimate email versus someone else who's impersonating. So again, it's education, it's a reminder. Those are the basic tenets of forming a foundation for protection, but also the tools, scanning, trained personnel, policies, everybody understanding it.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could get, I don't know, some reviews of these policies from other states, I'd be curious to review them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, not seeing none, go ahead.
As we move forward to the target state, we're recognizing a few different recommendations that we believe are important for the state of Kansas to consider. The Cybersecurity Services Catalog that provides and aligns services to NIST cybersecurity goals is an important factor. The alignment makes sure that we're able to measure risk, consistently look at service level requirements of the agencies, and making sure that is it in a matter that we can measure, identify, and act upon the risk to be able to quantify risk. And again, the quantification is an important measure so that we know, are we getting better? Are we improving over time? How is our maturity coming across? Centralized identity management is a central underpinning and foundation for security across the board. And that includes typically what we've heard as identity access management, provisioning of user authentication, the ability to recognize who an individual is, what privileges and roles and data access do they have. So that's going to continue to be paramount as we move forward in the state. And again, these are recommendations that should be enacted continuously, regardless of what the future holds or what the legislator votes on, in order to continue to mature the foundations for the state of Kansas. A statewide cyber governance risk and compliance program that is standardized in its review, its methods, its procedures, and its approach. It's equally applicable to every system, process, and group of internal state employees, as well as the constituents and taxpayers and citizens of the great state of Kansas, is important. We want to be able to have a standardized currency, and if we measure a fault area for improvement, that we agree upon what that measurement is based on. And so that's going to be continued throughout, and that's a continually evolving maturity and operational program. We recommend, as always, that it be based on NIST. That is the standard in the industry. And it provides you a vehicle by which subjective feelings are removed and pride of ownership on any particular work is removed. The data is the data, and it speaks for itself. In terms of a cybersecurity operating model that supports a centralized service delivery, that's going to be very important, and there's been a lot of work that's being done by the Office of the KSO in collaboration with OITS. And there are a number of different projects that underpin those that will require continued investment of people, time, analysis, and further deployment in order to make sure that that operating model, again, is consistent for all constituents and agencies and organizations alike. This way, the ways of working, it defines clear decision rights, it defines clear operational ownership. More importantly, you want accountability for why there's various protections or tools that are available to them are not being adopted. When we take a look at the priority of foundational cyber capabilities, there are really four major areas that we would bundle a lot of the subcategories. As mentioned, building a comprehensive governance, risk, and compliance program is essential. Transforming and centralizing identity management from a technology and foundational underpinning, that's going to be a very, very key element that touches so many of the other systems, services, and capabilities that are offered throughout the state of Kansas. And certainly further refining and developing the KSO operating model to make sure that KSO is present at any interaction at agency levels along with OITS, making sure that security plays a role as decisions are being made versus being bolted on later after the fact when systems are or capabilities are being resolved or decided upon to be deployed. You want to consider, are we prepared? What do we need to protect? What are the areas of data and processes do we need to identify to make sure that this runs smooth, protected with its intended benefits? And then certainly looking at a whole of state cyber program, whole of state that includes municipalities, cities. Any of them could be an entry point for a problem, so we need to protect everything as much as possible with equal capabilities. Finally, the new KSO operating model is going to support the scalable service delivery to agencies and public partners. And what I mean by scalable is we need to address the headcount issue. We need to attract the best skilled personnel that we could find in the region for those roles, and make sure that from a cybersecurity technology and operations, we have security assurance, security operations, make sure that the technical core of the cybersecurity program is structured in a manner to be robust. It's not something that we can do and say it's good enough or it's good enough for now. The industry has a term which says bad guys need to be right one time. Good guys need to be right all the time. And that's a tough, tough bar to uphold. So we need to continue to strive for that level of service. Statewide cyber programs, again, we're looking at strategy and governance for executive agencies. The consistency and effectiveness of cybersecurity posture has to be standardized. Administering cybersecurity grants for state of Kansas That's key to be able to fund tools, education, additional purviews that give us a window into what threats are coming, how other organizations are addressing it, and can we bring that here? There is no state in the nation that's immune from a cybersecurity attack or less attractive to a malevolent actor because of the scale. State operates at a significant scale with citizens that are depending upon systems and services that should not be interrupted. So everyone recognizes the validity and the importance of cybersecurity. And of course, looking at from an internal operations standpoint, the business and administration for KISO aligning the organizational resources to support the function effectively. And what we observed is that there are instances, anecdotes, clear examples where we need to have KISO, OITS, and the various technical cybersecurity constituents have the optimal internal operating mechanisms to be able to identify, hire, recruit, to be able to make decisions on technology tools, to be able to have the governance and authority to show this tool is better than the other one. Why do we have those other pieces of shadow IT in the corners when we're creating an opportunity to use substandard or not optimized, better yet is the better term, not optimized capabilities that could create a opportunity for breach. I'll pause before my last slide in case there's any questions at this point.
And go to the next,
Okay.
yeah, last slide there, and then we'll open
Thank
up
you,
for
sir.
questions.
The expected outcomes are, there's numerous expected outcomes. 4 that we highlight is, a structured path to maturity comes from leveraging the NIST CSF and goal alignment. Maturity is the program by which we continue to recognize that we're keeping pace with the rate of threats that are evolving and coming across the state. Operational and technical improvements give us the opportunity as a state to be able to identify, address, contain, react, and recover as quickly as possible. Some of the quotes that are out there are, derived from the movies from Rocky, where it says it's not how many times you could take a hit, but rather how quickly you can stand back up and keep going. And so recovery and those tools and abilities that's what measures. We recognize things will happen. It's not a question of if, but when, but the ability to have identification of the problem in a timely manner, recover and restore and continue on is what the citizens of the state of Kansas are going to measure, and certainly what people will remember. Centralized identity management, again, continues to be one of the key areas that enhances not only employee experience in the way that they activate, enter systems to do their jobs, but also their experience overall in being able to service. There's nothing much more frustrating for an employee than to want to do a great job, service their people, and find that it's challenging to go from one system to the next to be able to do the job. So that has an impact. And of course, there's long-term underpinnings for many, many other parts of cybersecurity overall. So that is an area of focus, and implementing advanced security capabilities is going to be dependent on whether or not there's centralized identity management. And then finally, whole state cybersecurity. As we've mentioned various times, we need to formalize the KISO's role as a central service provider and strategic partner. If the KISO and the ISOs are not present in front of an agency, we're missing half of the team that can come to bear value. So we want to make sure to look at that, and also to recognize, and there has been tremendous collaboration between OITS and KISO, but it's inconsistent. And what we also want to make sure is that I don't know if the agency secretaries understand what value that they're not able to tap into. So that's something that I would suggest be brought to bear. And I'll end there with my presentation. Thank you, sir. I yield back.
All right, thank you, Michael. Just one, so over the last couple of years, besides 291, we've made some investments in cybersecurity. Do you feel like that we are, as a state, that we're actually in a little better position with our cybersecurity than we are with the rest of the IT as far as more collaboration?
Thank you for that question. Representative Hoffman. I would say that it's a difficult question to answer without going into a comparative analysis, but I can certainly answer from the perspective that although there has been investments in cybersecurity over the last few years, the lags, the gaps, the staffing, the tools, and the inconsistent application really highlights that there's much more work to be done and more investment. And the investment is not only in governance, which is allowing the Office of the KSO to continue to do its job effectively unimpeded, whether by role conflicts or misunderstanding of value, but also by the funding of the tools that are still a long way to go. The size and scope of services that the state of Kansas offers, the population density requires comparatively a larger investment to continue forward before it starts to further fall behind. And so it's not only good enough to keep pace, but in the state of Kansas, you're playing catch up plus keep pace, and you really want to mature it to be slightly on par or ahead of anticipating future developments. And we're looking at a dynamic shift that Gartner's Business Technology Insights and Research is dictating that by 2029, and we're on the eve of 2026, quantum computing is going to arrive at a scale that will negate many of the security protections that we know today. So we have a tremendous amount to do in a very short amount of time to continue going forward. I could tell you from a personal standpoint, I monitor many things as best I can in a dark web. I belong to various consortiums that discuss this, both at the federal level, the Department of War, and the discussions have always been that this is coming and it's coming rapidly. We're seeing it in what we call the native environment, meaning that there's mentions out there from other organizations that have already suffered attacks. They don't want to say who they are or how it happened, but they're raising flags to say something hit us at night and it was quick, it was absolutely effective, and it cut through our defenses rapidly, which tells us that the experiments are happening. Somebody's out there refining the craft.
All right, and on that uplifting note, does anybody have any questions? And Representative Haskins.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to cheer everybody up with my questions here, but thank you, Michael, for the overview. I'm trying to find your reports to the agency that you're summarizing here. Is that available online anywhere? No. Okay.
Thank you, Representative. We have the reports due to the sensitivity of the information.
I understand that. That's fine. I am troubled by the whole state cybersecurity solution. I agree with it, but in the Senate bill, you know, there are agencies that are exempt based upon the role and their independence. And so I go back to the question, if we're creating a legacy policy in which this is never going to end, and we have to be adaptable, in your opinion, should we remove any decision rights related to this from any appointed or elected leader or official? Because we all like Jeff, and I'm sure he'll maintain because we'll have the new governor, but someone might replace Jeff. And that then sets us back from a leadership perspective. To me, it should be separate. Like it needs to be ongoing, no matter who is the head of the department. But I don't know what your opinion is on that.
Thank you for that question, Representative Haskins. It's a challenging question for me to answer because it involves a portion of politics of which I operate in the sphere of technical and technical cybersecurity. But in understanding, if I understand your question correctly, what needs to happen is the roles need to be authorized and governance with independence given to them to make the decisions regardless of who sits in the seat.
Right.
So that the work continues. Because regardless of the changes in the administration, the changes in who sits in the seat, The threats don't go away. The need does not disappear. And if anything, it's accelerating in its ability to become more complex. It used to be when I entered this field some time ago, it required a skill set to be able to issue an attack. Now, for an average of $50, you go somewhere on the web and you buy the capability, and they will issue the attack for you. $50 is a negligible amount for the level of capability that can be wielded. And it starts from there. And they have customer service. And they're willing to give you a second try if the first one didn't accomplish your goals. And so the answer is you really need to have the empowerment, the enablement for the individuals in that role, regardless of the individual, to continue the job moving forward.
All right, and that's exactly what I would agree with. And that's why the emphasis on, okay, you got to, the people that are on the front line, they need to be at the table, not just the appointed individuals and those that report directly to them. They need to go, we need to go deeper on this. And I would challenge you, say $50 is high when you have AI, and AI, I'm sure they can be resourceful enough to create a code algorithm to start hacking, and that's open to the public too. The last question I have is, everybody comes back and says, you know what, we need more staff. You know what, we need more money, and we need to retain them. But I also come back with, yeah, I get that. But if we don't have the money and we're falling short, that we can't wait for us to have the money. So did you recognize any like immediate ahas? Like, okay, this is the first thing you got to do. You got to bring all the county commissioners together and you got to lay it out. Here's the catalog. Anything along those lines? Because it just can't all be money-based.
Thank you for that question, Senator, Representative Haskins. We did. We made some observations in that venue. Some of the observations focus on the fact that there may be opportunities for continued training and enhancement of the people that you do have. It's less expenditure than introducing another full-time equivalent from a salary and benefits standpoint, but it provides you an immediate need. There's also opportunities to leverage artificial intelligence to bolster the current folks doing the role with additional insights, guidance, and response capabilities to help them be much more effective. But in many cases, what we found is that the roles that are currently not staffed, they're essential roles. And they're roles that, for whatever reason, either a combination of the right candidate hasn't been identified, including the compensation that they're demanding, because you are competing for the same resources as private enterprise. Any of those pieces fall into play. And so there are some stopgap measures that come in, but I did not find at any place, especially within the cybersecurity realm, any roles that would be, these are nice to have to make life easier. The roles that I did find that were not staffed were essential roles that require people right away, and roles that at one point had been identified, budgeted, and recognized for need.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, that leads Jeff, John, I'm not sure who would best answer this. We'll go with Jeff because I'm making eye contact with you right now. What are we doing to fill these open positions? Because if staffing's a problem, you can't find somebody, then maybe we need to be a little bit innovative and take some of these FTEs, combine them so we can make the salaries higher. You have this because you know this, that if it's not used, that'll be the first thing that we look at to go fund special education.
And I'll also have John come up and speak to some of this as well, but some of my observations over the time is it's a moving target on salaries. We get up and match, but then our competitors just go up in salary. So it is a moving target we see with hiring folks. And that is a challenge. We are trying to grow staff internally to fill some of those roles, but I think that is some of the points of, when we are dividing and conquering self, if each agency is trying to do things on their own with staff, to your point, how do we pull those together to an extent to capitalize on some of them?
And with that, is that why we're filling positions with contract laborers? Because that amount of money, the additional money can come from some other line item because it's a service provided?
That is one of the mechanisms we do use to stop gap.
And then when we have a contract there, then again, you don't have necessarily consistency and, you know, morale, and everybody's like, why didn't I get the job? Oh, okay, so we have to go contract somebody.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think, I don't know the exact detail. I'll let John- I mean, there's still a national-wide shortage of at least 500,000 cyber professionals, and so we're constantly battling that as well. But John, I'll let you add anything.
I mean, I think Jeff did a great job of it. I mean, we constantly are out doing, trying to do recruitment for these positions. In some cases, we're finding we just don't get applicants applying, which naturally creates its own barrier to trying to solve for that. Other cases, we do have candidates that come in, variety of backgrounds and skill sets. Some are more aligned to the role than others. And then as we go forward with the ones that are more aligned, we're finding salary becomes a challenge. There's questions about like hybrid work that come up. And so for part of our positions, we have been requiring that you must be in person in Topeka. And so that can, in all honesty, create challenges sometimes, especially about the pool of population that we can recruit from. And then folks that are willing to take those jobs either within the constraints of the salary or what other reason may exist. And so we've been trying to work through that to figure out what is the right balance there as well. And then two, I think we have some other things like front side employee application experience pieces that come into play here. And I almost hesitant to talk about this, but when we look at our job application site and the experience that you go through, how easy is it to try and get an application submitted? There's some pieces we're seeing there, like in comparison to other places to apply. We have heard feedback from some folks on this. The other challenge I have is really trying to get data out of that system about people that apply. Like, do they start? Do they stop? Do we know why they stopped? Directionally trying to get data to help us understand how do we adjust our recruiting strategies.
Okay, and two things. One is you have to, there's a culture issue there. You have Secretary of State employees who have been there for decades. And that's what I'm wondering is, why aren't we retaining these people? And I would just encourage you to continue to look at the culture, because I know that has to have an impact on the morale of the organization. And Michael, last question. Do they have to be present in the state, or can they work hybrid to serve this job? Do they have to be in Topeka, or can they be located elsewhere?
The answer is depending on the role. If it's a role within your security operations center, your security incident and event management, where you need eyes on glass, you need them in the office. For other roles where they can dial in, you can have them remote. Communication is going to be key to make sure that the individual is focused, is actually active. So any of those combinations, but it really becomes role specific, and yes, you can operate both in a hybrid model.
All right, any other questions for Michael? Michael, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
So Jeff, do you want to finish up? Do you want to go into, we've got about 15 minutes. Do you want to wait for what your, I guess, your plan, until after lunch is when we get to the 291?
I defer that.
Okay.
I think that would make the best sense. And so
Okay.
just kind of closing everything from both the IT operations and the cyber side is kind of pulling those things that, again, readiness and where we are. So definitely on the cyber side, we have made strides from where we were a few years ago, and we are putting investments in, and we are expanding our capabilities and getting more visibility than we've ever had. We're still running into some of those challenges and getting some of that additional visibility, as Michael had talked about. So my option, we're on the right path. There's still just work to be done. And to Michael's point, it's a journey. It's going to be constantly changing and evolving. We'll have the next latest thing we'll have to address as well. So how do we as a state continue to shape how we move as a collective? Because individually we can't do this. And there will be a degree of, I think, to Representative Hassan's point, we also need to involve local governments. And so there's some things we want to kind of propose and explore in that area as well, because we are all in this together. We are tightly integrated with local governments. They're still our citizens as well. So how do we kind of continue that whole of state approach? So that is something definitely we want to focus on. But yeah, how are we ready for this moving forward?
Okay. All right, appreciate it very much. So committee, we are going to go ahead and and break now. What I was thinking is, since we're getting out here early, no, not more questions. Let's try to be back here by 1:15. Get us a little bit quicker start. And at that time, we'll have the judicial branch, basically the same format. The Gartner will present theirs, and then we'll go into 291 discussion. So until 1:15, we are adjourned. Did get quiet, didn't it? All right. Welcome back, everybody. Alex, are you ready? You got everything set up or? Okay. Okay. Actually, while he's doing that, let's go ahead and approve the minutes from the last meeting. Do we have any changes or anything, or we need a motion to approve the minutes? Okay, it's moved by Representative Curtis. Is there a second? Second by Representative Bourgeon. All those in favor of not letting Representative Haskin sit down? No, I'm just kidding. All those in favor of passing the minutes, say aye. All those opposed, no. It passes. Are we ready now? Okay. Alex, do you want to start? And then you can pass it on to Gartner.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Alex Wong, Judicial Branch CITO. And today we are going to have Gartner to go through the similar assessment. So is credit to Jeff and Executive Branch. You'll be familiar with the formula already from this morning. So you will see the current state, you will see the target state, and some of the options that we have put together. At this point, we're still doing some deep analysis on the data that we receive. So we actually went through all 31 districts, 105 counties, and collect all of their information for us to do this analysis. So we are halfway through. So we will have some comparison for the options, but we won't get down to dollar figures just yet. But those things will be available next month when we get everything completed before the end of the calendar year, which is the deadline from the legislative mandate. The other thing that I will also call out is this morning I heard Representative Hoskins talks about 105 counties and how that is a really hard or complicated environment to get consensus and standardize. That is something that we will find on this observation that you will see from Gartner, that it is true that they all have different government unit, and to be able to get consensus from all of them, as you all know, might not be easy. So you will hear some of those things. So without further ado, I will have Brian to present.
Hey, good afternoon, Chairman and the rest of the committee. Thank you for the time this afternoon. I'm going to go very quickly, and then I will hand it over to one of my colleagues to dive through some of the analysis that we have so far. We thought we'd go very quickly, similar to this morning, through the engagement background and context, just give you an idea of how this one differs from some of the analysis and decks we went through earlier today. Again, one thing I did talk about this morning was through statewide IT. I talked a lot about that. That was really focused on the executive branch side. Now shifting over, obviously, to the judicial branch side. We'll go through some current state findings. We'll go through that target state options and evaluation. We did do a survey on this. We do have the numbers around how the completion percentage, so we'll go through that as well, and then talk through some of the next steps as we go. So with me today, similar to this morning, I'm the sponsor for this project. I helped put it together and sort of built the team. With me today, you heard his name earlier, Vimal Sharma, really our architecture and services partner on this, and then Manish, who is really a subject matter expertise in endpoints and network, which are both really important to this project, and you'll hear more about that as we go. Similar format. So what this project is, this is in SB 291, it does call to develop a support model and a cost estimate to provide and support state-issued IT hardware to OJA. So it's really looking at that support model and that cost estimate. In addition to that, it's creating a network strategy with options to securely and adequately connect those OJA devices to OJA applications. So all around the safety and security and the network piece from that perspective. And then creating a actionable implementation roadmap to be presented to legislature coming up. As Alex said, we're moving our way through this, but there's still some time towards the end of the year where we're finalizing certain pieces. Similar to the project this morning, it is not the enactment of the support model and the associated cost estimates. It's not approval of those. We have to look at those. It's not realization of that network strategy, and it's not implementation of that target state and roadmap and options that you'll see. So it really is sort of looking at those options, developing a plan. Again, similar to how we looked at it this morning, so we spent some time in a pre-planning mode. This project started later than the other one, so we started in August. We spent a bunch of time thinking through how to go about and collect all this information. So we did that up front, aligning on what those survey materials are, making sure that as we were going to go out, that would just be a one-time coming back and pulling that. We wouldn't have to go multiple times. We know everyone had day jobs out there. Once we got that survey where we needed to be able to get that data, be able to answer that analysis, we did kick off with the counties and districts and the judges as well. We went through a number of kickoffs. We facilitated office hours around those surveys to make sure we were answering questions. There was a survey and there was a spreadsheet to collect some endpoint devices. So we did all that data gathering. We are now in that, we just completed the analysis and impact assessment. So looking at what are those challenges and opportunities across the different options? How do we look about that? What are the trade-offs? What are the gaps? How we look at that? We've been validating findings and working with various stakeholders across the state. And now we're looking at what does that roadmap look like, make some recommendations across the options. We're not there yet, as you heard. We'll be going through some of the options as it stands in a couple minutes. Just to give you a sense of the numbers on this project, over 100 documents reviewed that we've looked at. We've engaged with IT points of contact, over 60 across the state in the counties and districts, 31 districts surveyed, and 5 support sessions hosted. And then you can see we have engaged with chief judges, county clerks, administrators, county IT, vendor support staff. So to one of the questions earlier today, a range of stakeholders out in the field. With that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Vimal Sharma, to go through some of the current state findings. Thank you for the time.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Chairman, Vice Chair, and committee members. So what I will walk you through the update on current state and what are the target state options we have identified and analyzed. We are not making a recommendation because, as Alex talked about, we are still analyzing the information. We collected data from reached out to all 105 counties, and we have data from 93 of them. There's some limited data, but their data is still remaining. So this project was about endpoints and networks. Just to level set what the endpoint and network really means here. The endpoints is any laptop, desktop, tablet, mobile, end users use to access applications and connect to the network. Endpoint security solutions is to securing those endpoints, so what those need to be installed. That's part of this. Mobile device solutions, that's an important one because mobile devices, in case of personal or state provided, need to have a secure area so that those applications could be installed and the data on those devices are secured. The firewall, network switches, and Wi-Fi network, all those 3 hardware components are part of securing the network, providing access to end users by the wire or wireless. So just wanted to level set what's the scope when we talk about endpoints and network. So when we looked at all 105 counties and 31 districts, judicial districts primarily, we looked at that they are in 3 big categories. So the idea is we present the case about those 3 different personas. The 4 of those are large districts, okay, the urban districts. Those over 100, more than 100 staff members. They have their full-fledged IT supporting those. Those are different. Then you got mid-sized districts, 10 of those. Okay, and those in combination, they have some support, some 20% of those completely vendors, others a mixed bag, the mid-size, so those are different. You have to think about support model differently. And third is the rural. 17 of 31 are rural districts. They all depend on end of vendors, okay? And they are smaller, they're less than 50 staff or 50 employees, judicial employees. When we look at this and we analyze the data, we would like to present you what we found so far. So as expected, these are counties which are organically managing it, okay? We found there are multiple vendors providing endpoints. In fact, there are 12 of them. And we're going to talk about how many devices, how many manufacturers or vendors are providing these different components in the next one. The second, the goal is about what kind of network they're connecting to, and more specifically about Canvin. Currently, only 2 of those are connecting to Canvin out of 31 districts. The third, as I already talked about, support model varies. Support model varies for urban to rural, from completely in-house to completely vendor-based, and many of them are in middle. And lastly, and most importantly, what we found, speaking to the counties, that they have their own approach to it. There's no common guidelines across counties or districts. And there's a really, if you think about this in the future, there's a need for having a governance which go top to bottom collectively, OJA, district, and counties. Okay? It's different than the cabinet and non-cabinet. This is going top to down, bottom. So that's a really big need as we move forward. So a very important point about this, I talked about multiple vendors, correct? So just to understand how varied the network or environment is, there are 12 different endpoint providers. And when talk about Dell, Lenovo, HP, but there are many others, correct? So you need to start thinking about, if we stayed owning it, how are we gonna do these things if we keep it? And we're gonna talk about your options going forward. 18 different endpoint security component, which most likely configured in many different ways. So you think about currently, yes, those cybersecurity standards are not common across board, okay? Only 5 of those have the 5 solutions for mobile device management, and that's only installed at a few places, not everybody using mobile device management, correct? So I have data which may not be in a right environment or protected environment. On network side, you got 13 different vendors on firewalls, 16 on network switches, 11 on Wi-Fi network. Bottom line, we have very varying network which we need to work with. Okay, we need to think about, as we think about the roadmap, what does options for us and where we go from here. Okay. The next, we talked about network. That's the second. So endpoint we understood on case of network. There are only 2 districts which have currently using CAN. Okay, Chamonix was one of them. The second, there are 14 of the districts where Canvin is not in a building. It doesn't mean it's not around, but it's not in a building. That's what they have reported. Okay, and 15 of those counties said they are not using because of the county constraint, which could be part of this is budgetary, part of this is that's not priority. Those multiple reasons why they have not, but they have access to it. Okay, but they haven't, they are not using it. So just want to say where we are to where we want to go. Okay. Any questions? Okay. The other last piece which I talked about. Go ahead. Sorry.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, what are those county specific constraints?
So as I talked about, thank you for a question. As I talked about, most of those are related with that's not their priority yet. Okay, those are because anything changing the network is not in their budget, is not on priority, and there could be other technical constraints about moving those. But most commonly was about priority.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may know this, but I thought there were requirements to use CAN.
So Alex is shaking. Alex, would you like to answer that? You're shaking your head, so.
No, I'm nodding. That before, if there's no sunset clause in place, the current statute is asking for all the courthouses to connect to Kenwin in order to use any judicial applications. And that's what this analysis is to figure out how much it's going to cost to make that happen.
So just to be clear, there is no current requirement. It was 291 that forced that requirement.
That's correct.
And, okay, thank you for the clarification, because for some reason, I thought that requirement existed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, in 291, it says that you have to study how much it's going to cost, but then it does say that you have to use them, right? If we go that direction, but does it say that, did it give a year? It just said if it continues, we have to, what's the specifics, I guess, on it?
That's where I'm going to look at Natalie. Maybe you can help out on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you guys do have a copy of 291 in your email. If you want to look at that, it's on page 2. So the requirement here is that the judicial branch CETO develop an estimated cost for the project to provide information technology to the judicial agencies and all employees of those agencies, including the state and county funded judicial branch district court employees. They would be required to use such state-issued information technology hardware. That project cost developed shall include a plan to allow each piece of IT hardware used by those employees to access the CanWin network. And then it has to include the estimated project cost to develop a cybersecurity program for all of those. So there's no real specific language about when that would have to be completed by.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Alex. Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On slide 9, it's kind of concerning 54% of the districts are in rural areas. I see that you have a number at the bottom as far as number of employees, 50, I believe. Is that the average, or is that just the high, or what is that?
This is a high.
Okay.
Less than 50 will considered for in a rural.
Do you have an average? I'm just curious.
At this moment, in a representative, we do not have that.
That's fine.
We will get back to you.
That's okay. On slide 11 is probably the most concerning, where, well, I guess on the slide 9, you say 60% fully of those rural districts are fully on vendor support. And then slide 11, the number of vendors is a crazy amount. And I'm sure you're going to talk a little bit about that in recommendations, but I would appreciate, and I do appreciate the terminology definitions, but could you give me an example of what LAC mobile device solutions, what would be something that would satisfy that? Because 73% of those districts do not have any type of LAC, or they lack mobile device solutions. What would that be?
Thank you for a question, Representative. So mobile device solution is an application which runs within your mobile in which you could install your enterprise applications. So that's the only way, that's way it allows OJA or to monitor how you're accessing application, what application could do within that environment.
So I would have to download this secure app, and then that's the only way I could review that information from a secure server. Is that?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
That application, thank you for a question. That application will be downloaded within that environment only, or accessible through that environment.
So the dark blue counties, it says not connected, unavailability being verified. So they've reported that they can't use it, but that hasn't been verified yet. Is that what I'm understanding that means?
Thank you for a question, Chairman. So they have said it's not available, but it's not available could have two things: not available in the building and not available in the neighborhood. We haven't verified that question.
All right, any other questions? All right, go ahead. Thanks.
Sure. So one last thing which I want to talk about in current state, as I mentioned earlier, there's a need for strong IT governance, which consists of OJA, judicial districts, and counties. It's important because all these jurisdictions are different level. You have to collectively come together on what those standards are and make sure they ensure those standards get followed and everybody is consistent about this as go through that to ensure cybersecurity. Okay. These are the four really areas which we identified. Before I go to target state, any other questions on current state? Okay. So target state, that's first thing we talked about. As Bill says, there are three areas which Bill asked to do. Number one is state-issued devices. Number two, state-issued network, canvas primarily. And state three is state-issued endpoint and network support. These are three distinct things Bill has asked for. What we have done, we looked at the options for each one of those, how it could be achieved. And we're going to talk through those options today and what's our analysis look like. We do not have recommendations yet because we are still getting the data. We come back to that by the end of the year. When we looked at these options, the first thing which we did is make sure how we're going to evaluate these options. So we looked at the 5 parameters. The first is statutory compliance, the state issued, how quickly you could reach that requirement of a state issued. Number two is technical alignment. Can you reach that consistency, that standardization which you are going for? Number three is how easy to implement, how limited risk or less risk are. And each option, fourth is about what level of change is needed. Okay, and lastly about what's the cost. The 5 parameters which we looked at each of these options. Okay. So you will see that how we evaluated each of these options across 5 parameters. So number first, which we talked about, is state-issued endpoints. So really, there are 3 options available on table. One, first is whatever is counties and district owns, OJ assumes management of those devices because they're already using it today. Right? Second, OJ could purchase all net new devices and provide to the end users. And third, OJ, all these devices has to be replaced, or periodically you could replace these devices as they come from renewal cycle. So this way, yes, it takes longer, but you could use the remaining life of those devices. Those are 3 options which we looked at. And when we evaluated these options, if you look at, okay, yes, quickly, you could see that the option 1, where you could just take over, is pretty fast. You could do that much faster than any other options. It takes incrementally, it's going to take up to 3 years to replace all devices. But because mixed bag of these are, as we saw, there are so many different vendors. Getting a standardization across those will be difficult if you take on what they have. Okay, it's much easier if you could ship out the same device with same configuration. So option B and C will be much better, but A is difficult. And if you look at implementation perspective, B and C means replacing those devices is easier, reduces the risk, and there's risk is higher when you have to work with very varying degree of technology assets. And if you look at the most important part on the last of those prices are the CapEx on option A, because you are taking over the existing assets, is lower. And of course, for 2 and 3, it'll be higher because you are buying immediately net new, right? The operational cost will be the same, correct? Managing those those will be more or less the same. So, any questions before we talk about the second options? Let's talk about the network. So we looked at the network the same way. You could do 3 options out there on table. First, OJ could own those network hardware, which we all just talked about, okay, and utilize the existing connectivity with what is out there and work with counties. Basically taking over, making sure it becomes state issued, okay. Number 2 is Canvas. That's part of the bill, okay. OITS owned and installed all those firewall and other components of network. And option 3 is OJ owned it, purchased all those hardware, and use MSP install, means the managed service provider using third party to install those, who have done these things or do those things all the time. Okay, so those are 3 options which we really analyzed. And when we analyze these options, as we go through the same 5 areas, okay, yes, from a statutory compliance perspective, option A and B will be more or less, you could achieve that in reasonable level, but having OJ owned and MSP provider or managed service provider, you could get it faster. Okay. Technical alignment, again, you will look at those things. Diverse component will always gonna be take much longer to be standard, where OJ owned will give you and MSP installed give you much more control on what that environment look like, and that's why it's higher. Okay, same goes on ease of implementation. Same logic, just because you have a third party which have done that all the time, it'll be faster. And ITS owned as well, but just having that freedom additional, that how you want to do it, that will be much higher in OJ owned. The one important part at the bottom we look at is CapEx and OpEx for this area. We are still analyzing that data. We are still evaluating that numbers. So we'll provide to you once we have more information about that. Okay. That's one area which we're going to dig that a little bit more. Any questions? No. Last options, how we support going forward. So is state issued support? There are 3 options again on this. Okay, you could see the pattern 3. OJ managed. So yes, OJ takes over support of all these districts. Okay, fully insourcing it. You can imagine you need to hire, and then some in that case. Third-party vendor support, OJ completely outsourced the support of this network and endpoint devices. And lastly, hybrid. As we know, the 4 judicial districts, okay, which are more used to have a fully insourced staff, OJ takes over the insourced staff for those 4, and rest of those could be outsourced. So this kind of minimizes the level of change, and people have the similar experience as before. So that's the reason for having the third option. And if you look at this, the big piece on this is OJ managed support. Yes, the area is statutory compliance. You could get it faster because you could potentially, okay, have the employees engaged, which are supporting today. It's going to take longer to engage the third party statewide. It's going to take longer time, but you could reduce that time, some of that, by saying, let's big 4, we're going to manage it, and others we could look for the third party services. Similarly, on technical alignment, as you could see that the OJ managed, it's going to take a little bit longer to achieve that, as you're going to take a lot more people who need to come in the network. The organization change will be least in case of OJ managed, and more going all third party, because some of those people are used to in-house. And if you look at cost perspective, hiring people, as you could see at the bottom, how many people you need. In option A, you need more people than compared to others. You have to hire those, so it's going to cost more. In case of hybrid, it's going to cost you less. Part is because they could be more optimized in their sourcing approaches. That's the reason it will cost. It may cost, or Gartner determines it'll cost you lower and it'll be less number of people you need. And option C is somewhere in the middle, but it'll give you the same experience. So those are 3 areas. Each one had 3 options, and this is our analysis so far. Any questions? Okay. So just to end, okay, where we're going to go from here, we're going to analyze further, finalize these things, and identify which is the preferred approach to go. Okay. Second thing, based on that, we build out the roadmap for this, how we're going to make sure and what the change effort needed, what the cost required for it, and lastly, present to the legislative for January 2026.
All right. Any questions for the mill before Alex comes up? Okay. Wait for Alex.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Vimel.
Members, for your time.
Appreciate it very much. All right, Alex. Put a bow on it.
I'm not Maxim.
Okay.
Can do that. I'll just close it out. How about that? So the two things I'm going to bring up. One is we haven't get to the number part of it yet. You will have those information next month. But I think one thing that I want everybody to keep in mind here is that the funding is currently being provided by the county. So that means all the equipment that we're talking about, the endpoint, the network, and the support are being funded by the county. If we are going to take on this and fund it from the state, then that will remove some of the funding need from the county for other purposes. So I want to point that out. That could be also a state overall saving, because if we are going to take on the responsibility of it, we might use a more higher volume purchase. So let's say the endpoints that you see just now, we have 15 to 18 different vendors providing endpoints. We will consolidate them into one. And that can significantly expand the volume discount that the county currently doesn't have. So from a state overall perspective, looking at this might be able to help us realize some saving across the state. So that's one point I want to point out. The second point is, going back to the earlier point that I made before we start the presentation, if you think about it, this presentation that you hear about this morning about standardization, a lot of the cybersecurity arrangement or concern is do the same thing, the same way, the same time, right? That's how you can get to a structure to be responsive, proactive into cybersecurity efforts. If you think about that perspective, the county will come back to you and say, like, use my standard. I have a standard that I want to use with my county. Why do you need a different standard from the state, right? Good argument. So what I'm saying that is one county. Multiply by that by 105. That's my situation today, right? So what I wanted to bring up is that that's why we need some model to help us in that area, to get to some sort of a manageable standard that we can continue to be responsible and accountable to cybersecurity incident. We heard Gartner talk about this morning, 2029, quantum computing. Everything that we do here is kind of useless at this point, right? So how do we get to a structure that we have the resources and the authority to do what is necessary to prepare for that moment? That's the two things that I want to just put it out there before we end this presentation. Any questions for me?
Any questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you for the presentation. I know that you're going to bring us numbers, but with these endpoint using devices, can you give us an estimate as far as what are we talking about, as far as, are we talking thousands, tens of thousands? What is it that we're looking at?
It will be in the millions, but what is that millions? I think that's where the analysis needs to come in to talk about.
So currently you have 34.
State your name.
Thank you, Representative. So currently we counted 34 endpoint devices and 200 tablet and mobile devices.
Across all, okay.
But in addition, you talk about firewalls, you're talking about network switches and Wi-Fi. So we are calculating all the costs associated with it. But endpoint perspective, we have data.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
for the question.
Alex, couldn't the same end goal could be done with just simply creating standards that everybody has to abide by, no matter what computer they use or whatever? And wouldn't that be the cheapest option?
Yes, it will be, but it's also the most difficult to do, just because the same challenge that I mentioned earlier. So let's say you need to use a local peripherals in the same building, right? So let's say you need to use a network printer. If you bring a different standard that connects to a different managing services, you might not give an access to use that piece of peripheral in the building. So that means there will be time that we have to replicate, create two separate same function equipment to provide that function in order to maintain one standard versus the other. And that's the more detail that Gartner has to provide that roadmap to us next month.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a little bit concerned about the requirement that we're placing on the counties and what conversations have been had leading up to this, because I think moving forward, we're going to have a lot of buy-in. I just met with the Wyandotte Johnson County mayors last week, and their number one thing was like, please stop having these unfunded mandates and please leave us alone, basically. So, I'm a little bit, concerned, just wanting to make sure that we're having those kinds of conversations, since it's a financial decision that we're, placing on them, which I guess is in the bill that we're going to be reviewing, right? That was one of the requirements. So anyway, and then I like your idea of like or whoever's idea, having a standard that everybody can, but I just want to make sure that there's this collaboration going on with our partners in judiciary, and particularly our partners in the county.
Sure. So you hear Gardner mention the three major parties that has to be in this conversation. OJA, which is the centrally provided unit that I'm in, the district, which are the chief judges and their staff over in the district itself, and the county members. For sure, for sure. And so those are the parties that needs to work together and have those discussions. And in this survey that we have done in the last 2 months, they are the ones that we are working together as well to collect the information.
All right, Representative Turner.
Exactly. Sure. So probably a structure that can help us have some representation, like kind of like ITech in a sense, but ITech is more like across the board, right, from a statewide level. But we might need something that's more specific to judicial, where you have the consistency of counties, and we talk about counties, right, counties, district, and even all the way up to the Supreme Court, to basically have a council or committee that can basically say like, here is what we agree on. Here is the standard that we can talk together, not just on cybersecurity, but on technology in general, right? So we are going to engage in conversation about GenAI soon. So how is that going to play into the different counties, right? So a overall, I don't know what to call it, I'll call it a committee that might have some say into like, it has some decision that can be made and say like, this is what we're going to use across the board in the judicial side.
And they would also have, that committee would also have to have enforcement to actually cause.
That's correct.
impact on that. Okay.
That's correct.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you. And this is actually for Natalie, just for, since we're on the subject. When it comes to counties and the home rule, am I correct that the home rule for counties is based on statute, while for municipality, cities, they are based on constitution?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haskins, that is correct. This statute applies uniformly across all of the counties.
Counties, right?
I would note, though, I do want to point out that the language in the bill, I mean, the way I read it, it does require, it says here that the employees would be required to use such state-issued information technology hardware. But when it comes to the can-win piece, the only like requirement, I mean, the words say that in consultation with the executive branch CETO, the plan, they have to develop a plan to allow each piece of information technology hardware that's used by those judicial branch employees to have access to CanWin. So it doesn't say all of these computers have to be on can-win. The language doesn't really say that right now. I think either way, you would want to clarify it, whether you do want them to be all on can-win. I think that needs to be clarified, or whether you have another option. But right now, it's just that plan has to be developed, the project cost estimates.
And I kind of want to wait for that, but I also want to ask, so I'm going to so by statute, we could say counties, you have to disperse X amount of your funds to OJA to support these options.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haskins, that I would want to talk to some of our local government experts a little bit about, because I don't know how much authority you guys have to basically appropriate their money,
And that's where I'm going with, if you're saying I need money from the county to support this, that will be the roadblock. Okay. Thank you,
Will not
Natalie.
just go into just the funding area, Senator Hoskin. I think it's more like their willingness to partner with you and to agree with the standard that we have created.
That I understand, but it's either, you can ask them to agree, and then they say no, and then we're back in this mess. I mean, then then why are we spending money on Gartner? Why are we having all these options here? And so these are, if we're serious about it, then it has to be addressed.
That's correct.
And I'm not saying we take the money from the counties. I'm just asking what is it that we have to address to do?
But what the bill said, though, was that the state would take over all of that. So it actually would save the counties money if we did this. It would cost the state quite a bit more money, but it would actually save the counties money.
I'm with you on that, but someone has to pay for it. And it's
Right,
like,
I know,
and
understand.
if it's not, and that's ultimately the our
Yeah.
constituents, so
Yeah,
it comes from our taxes.
I totally understand.
Unless we charge legislators fees, I don't know, for every time they log into something, I don't know.
Is Tom there?
But I just want to clarify, though, under the way the bill was and the way you went about this study, it was with the option, or the idea that the state would start paying for the network, all the everything. Right, yeah. Yeah, now, if we didn't go that direction, and we said, hey, you've got to abide by these certain standards, then I guess that might be a little bit more of if we didn't say, and we're going to give you this amount of money to do it, so. Any other questions? Okay, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Alex, did your survey include anything about the date of or history of the equipment that various districts were employing? Because this is going to be much more difficult if we're trying to get a county who last year updated all their hardware to say, oh, well, we're doing something different. So it does?
Yes, correct, Senator. So we collect their inventory information for the county that have those information. For those that didn't, the survey actually asked them for their refresh cycle. How many years do you go through your refresh cycle? And then we try to use that information to say, okay, how often do you change? Then the number of equipment that you have, you probably have this number that you just have brand new. So that's why you also see some of the option, like one of the option in the endpoint is we actually assume that ownership after their life cycle is over. So we don't just go ahead and take over some equipment that's brand new.
So that option was somewhat cheaper, but not as cheap as that support targets.
Yep. I mean, eventually the cost will be the same because it's just a timing issue. The capital expenses will be the same because it's the same number of equipment. But it's like the timing when you are going to invest on those equipment.
All right, any other questions for Alex as far as the report itself? Before we get into, I think he may have some 291 recommendations. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So,
I'm waiting for you.
well, that's what I thought. I was just wanting to make sure.
Yes.
So any other questions about the report before he gets into that. Nope. Okay, all right, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Alex, did you want to go first? Did you want to have, okay. He's gonna,
Time to executive branch. They will have a bigger.
okay, all right, we'll start with the executive branch then. Would you like to, Jeff, come up and maybe start the discussion on 291?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jeff Maxson, Chief Information Technology Officer for the Executive Branch. So as you kind of saw what our kind of response was to the request to start building a plan to integrate IT, there are pieces within 291, obviously, that as it is planned to sunset, there are some things we do want to see continue if it does sunset. So for example, we do want to see iTech continue in its current fashion is one of the big things we were looking at. We've been able to accomplish a lot, and as you see, strengthening the governance around IT is imperative for anything we do in the future. And so we do feel we have a lot of that momentum going, and we do want to see that continue. Also, we do want to see a lot of the cybersecurity pieces from a centralization of cybersecurity continue based on like the discussion this morning. How do we keep that momentum? We've started and we've taken steps, starting back of the passage of the Kansas Cybersecurity Act in 2018. We've been taking incremental steps. We do want to continue that with the clause of pulling cybersecurity in under the CISO and CITO by 2027. We do want to see that continue. We do like to see the NIST cybersecurity framework as the default framework for the state, but we are concerned and do have concerns about the maturity levels that are in there being too aggressive. We could probably hit them, but those would be cost prohibitive. When you start getting into a score of like a 4, you're looking at like DoD, Department of War style programs that are meeting that maturity level. That's not the trend you see for most states. Most states are anywhere from that 2.5 to maybe 3.5 kind of range is what their target maturity levels are. So we do want to kind of see some of that adjust a little bit. So, but we do agree the cybersecurity framework does make a good standard framework for the state, and don't mind seeing that. There's also a portion in there about having CISA, the DHS Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, doing assessments. With their recent funding shifts, they no longer have the capability to do that at a broader scale. So that is something that would probably need to sunset as well, just because that isn't attainable. So those are really a lot of the key pieces that right off the top that we'd like to discuss or address. So,
Any questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what would you recommend instead of CISA being able to check?
that is something that we would have to evaluate. I don't know how you would. We can put in statute to have independent third parties do regular assessments of the agencies outside of LPA. Obviously, we have LPA who does do assessments, but the only one would be to bring in independent third parties. So that would be.
It's my understanding that LPA can't audit OITS, or there's some.
Not that it would be auditing all the agencies for their maturity level, not just OITS. So it is to audit all agencies in the current statute.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, this is a little bit off topic on your recommendations, but the endpoints, external equipment, all that good stuff. I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to expose gaps that we've got, but what are you proposing for iTech, the overall? We have standards in place. People aren't following them. Where do we go from here?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Senator, Mr. Chairman. That's some of the pieces where we have to figure out some different monitoring and enforcement mechanisms. I think iTech repeating or meeting regularly and more regularly, people are seeing the progress and they're a little more in tune to the changes occurring. A lot of times when you let a long period lapse between when a policy is in pass, people just kind of do forget about it and kind of, I'll say, completely ignore it, but it's not front of mind. So there needs to be some additional communication outreach and developing some of those feedback mechanisms around governance that ensures agencies are being compliant. You start tying that with other things like procurement process to make sure solutions coming in are meeting those compliance requirements as well. Or if they don't, then you don't allow them to go through in a procurement process, pieces like that. So there's a lot of different components that need to go into that, but that is just kind of a handful of some of those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I feel like we get the 10-foot, 1,000-foot view as legislators on this committee especially. And it's kind of a yin and a yang. And I was talking to another legislator over lunch, and they're like, oh, well, this all needs to be centralized. And I gave him a few examples of why that's a really bad idea for certain departments and agencies. It seems like we keep going back and forth, and we don't have, and if we try to centralize judiciaries here, executives here, you know, then you've got Secretary of State and the Attorney General's office. I mean, we're all over the place, and we're trying to find a one-size-fits-all. It just feels yin and yang. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, but do you have any suggestions for that and to help us navigate this process?
Appreciate the question, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, again, there is the degree of the kind of push and pull on what works at certain times. Everything is a journey. I don't disagree. It's ebbs and flows, and it has over the years. There are certain things and certain functions I do believe make sense to, like having single visibility across the entire environment is important. And doesn't mean I have control or access to the environment, but maybe visibility across the entire environment. So those things definitely, like, as we mentioned, the KSO has stood up a 24/7 cyber operations center. So we are watching the network 24/7 for security incidents, but it's only good as if all the agencies are putting their data in that system for us to monitor. If they're not putting it in there, we can't monitor and say, hey, this looks funny after hours, for example. So we're only as good as what we have in that system. So there needs to be a degree of everybody contributing to that. And that's not saying the security office is in their environment doing everything, but it's giving them visibility to help raise the alarm bell so it can address something. So things like that, absolutely, we need to have a consistency across the board. And those are the things I think we need to continue pushing.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I won't, you knew where I was going when you answered part of the question, but I've also heard from some of the departments and agencies that you guys are the bottlenecks at time, and you're their problem, and so they don't want to go through OITS. They want to go outside of you guys because they're not getting as responsive as needed to manage their systems. And I'm not trying to, I'm just, it's back to.
I'd have to understand what those issues are so we can address them specifically, so.
Some of them was software projects were not getting funding, that they were being held up. You guys were not releasing the funds for the project to be issued.
And that's something, man, we don't control the agency's funding on that.
Okay,
That
they
is the
thought you
agency.
did. Okay. And then
So-
systems being down, that type of stuff. So I get it. And you and I both know if they can't understand where to blame, IT usually gets the blame. So.
Yep. Understood.
Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Yeah, thanks. Jeff, would you revisit what you said on the audits and what the issue related to that? I mean, that it might be a third party. Could you, because I was trying to follow along, but I'm not.
Yeah. So in Senate Bill 291, there is a clause that says each agency should have DHS Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. So basically it's DHS's cyber arm, do assessments of agency and give maturity scores of those agencies. DHS has had their funding realigned, so they no longer have the resources to do those type assessments, especially in mass. They can do some very targeted type assessments, but they can't do that in mass. So that should not exist in statute, being that specific with DHS, in my opinion. There still needs to be a degree of, if we want to assess maturity, we do need to have third party come in to an extent and assess maturity of agency security programs.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
So would that be every year that, or?
I think you would need to be on a cycle of every year becomes very labor intensive for teams to always go through. For example, when we go through a lot of federal audits, those are usually every 3 years. We'll have the IRS come in, SSA or FBI come in and audit state agencies every 3 years. So if you got every year, you'd be you'd be
Right,
spending a
but
lot of time doing it.
would it be, would they be doing, kind of like LPA does, would they be doing certain agencies every year, but it'd be on a cycle?
Yeah.
Is that, so you're saying it'd be a vendor that we would need to hire, that would be a long-term
To
vendor?
something of that model, sir.
Is there any other way?
We have seen some states, and again, not knowing structures, not above my decision making, but some that may have an internal, I don't want to say inspector general type position, but an internal assessor that maybe reports to a different agency. So in our case, much like we would see accounts and reports as kind of the financial, they're in charge of the financial books of all the agencies, and they do audits that make sure agencies are maintaining their books, maybe something of that model. So somebody that would be kind of an independent personnel within an agency. So there are various models out there.
Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you. And so on the Kansas Information Security Office, according to the Senate Bill 291, they are to create a management process to meet the standards. Now, why aren't they also charged with auditing, or are they, but yet they are responsible with the third-party vendor or DHS, or however that was worded?
I'd have to defer a little bit to Natalie on how it's specifically said in there, but part of it is, yes, we do own some of the controls in an agency cybersecurity program, so that'd be a little bit of a degree of the fox guard and the in-house type conversation. So it does need to be a degree of independence.
It's like Section 34.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Haskins, so the CISO of each branch is the one who is tasked with kind of coming up with the cybersecurity programs to implement in each of the agencies to make sure that they comply with that CSF standard. So it's kind of like they would almost be auditing the implementation of like their own program. So I think that's what Jeff's kind of referring to, like it might be a little bit of a
So just a point of clarification, when we say CISO, that's the CISO. How do we pronounce KISO? Is that KISO? KISO. Woo.
A lot of acronyms.
The acronyms. All right, so
Both ways.
KISO is creating the developing and implementing and monitoring information security management programs and creating up the framework to measure the efficiency and the effectiveness of these programs. CISO are the agencies, they develop these.
CISO is John Godfrey,
The head of KISO.
the head of the cybersecurity function.
It's late, but okay,
Lots of
that needs to be cleaned up though.
And I will add, we did, I believe, 2 years ago, maybe 3, there was an amendment to the Kansas Cybersecurity Act where we did actually give the CISO authority to go in and audit agencies from a cyber perspective, because there is a degree of things where we didn't have visibility. If we had something, we needed to go ask questions. We needed some of that authority to legally go in and ask those questions.
Well, and that's exactly where I'm getting at, is why isn't CISO doing the auditing of these other agencies outside of KISO? And as Natalie's going to say, why?
Well, I do want to remind you that part of what 291 does is say that all cybersecurity employees work under the CISO. So if you're talking about KDHE, all their cybersecurity staff, they may be embedded at KDHE, but they would work for the CISO. So that, the people in the agencies kind of helping implement the policies.
No, I get
Work in
exactly
that
what you're saying.
direction.
I'm just thinking through, it just seems, I'm just kind of going back to why do we need a third-party person to agency? But that's fine. We'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, guys.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify your point, KDHE's got folks, they report to that branch, CISO? Is that?
So the executive branch, each branch, all three branches have to have a chief information security officer. What this requires is that all cybersecurity personnel within that branch report to the CISO. So let's talk about the legislative branch. It's a little bit easier because we're a lot smaller. Say that right now KLRD has someone on their staff who is in charge of cybersecurity for their office. With 291, that person now would no longer work for Shirley. They would go work for Tom. And so they would be reporting directly to Tom as the interim CITO. And so that's the same as in the executive branch. If KDHE has personnel on staff who are responsible for their cybersecurity right now, those people, what's supposed to happen is each agency is supposed to report their cybersecurity spend, and then all of those positions would be reporting to the CISO instead of to the secretary of KDHE.
But each branch has a chief information security officer,
Yes,
and those report to,
the CITOs. Well, not to Jeff, but to the CITO of each branch. So I don't know who the judicial branch CISO is, but whoever it is would report to Alex. The legislature doesn't have one yet, but they would report to Tom or whoever the new CITO is. And then John reports to Jeff.
And it's, under 291, it's not just the cybersecurity IT, it's all IT staff.
No, the piece was, it requires us to put a plan together
Oh, that's
for
right.
the
It
IT
requires you to
staff.
put a plan
The
together to
cyber
decide.
cyber side actually does.
That's right.
board. And
Okay,
so,
yeah.
and that is much a small, there is not, while there are some individuals that do some cybersecurity functions within the agency, very few of them have full-time cybersecurity professionals. It is an additional duty to like IT staff, things like that. So.
Most of them are in your office already.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But the bill says you have to put this, what we just heard from Gartner, as far as moving. So maybe if you're able to, maybe kind of put a little bit more of a, this is what we're thinking might be the next step for what we just heard from Gartner. Because of what you would foresee maybe happening if the bill didn't, part of that went forward.
I will call our CISO up to
Okay.
address that, so.
Yeah. Because I think it's important for us to understand that kind of before we do 291 also. So, John?
You're wanting to know to go forward about.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that you would, if 291, if we kept that part in 291, and you were to start then doing, what would that look like for the, after now going through Gartner's presentation?
Yeah, so I mean,
Move the IT to OITS. To move all IT to OITS. I'm sorry, I kind of messed all that up.
So that is, there's a lot of kind of things we still have to unpack in that to kind of say what that is. That's, the cyber piece is a little bit of an easier.
Okay, and we don't really necessarily need to know that for,
No.
okay, that's what I was, okay. Sorry about that. Representative Haskins.
Not giving up on this yet. All right, so KISO, John's the executive CISO.
Yes.
And so his area will develop these plans, management standards.
Yes.
Okay, so all agencies will have a CISO.
No.
Well, all right, so going back to Natalie's example, okay, there's,
Yep.
I guess my question is if he's the executive CISO, why isn't, and they're coming up with the standards, and they're separate, because no one reports to him, like in the example given from Natalie. Why can't they do the audits? Audits of the agencies, not of themselves.
No, but the employees do report to John. Any cybersecurity employees that would be implementing these policies would, under this, report to John.
So I'll take it back. So I get where you're tracking, sir. So I'll try to. So we do have employees. So we do call them information security officers. So at a lower level, they help build security program. We do embed those folks in agencies. So to a degree, they are a little bit of an independent of the agency, but they're also implementing and executing on some of those things in the agency from what is being kind of, this is what our model is. So there's a push and pull in that in terms of, yes, they are not agency employees, but they're instituting the cyber program on behalf of the CISO within the agency in collaboration with the agency. So there would be a degree of, we're auditing ourselves in that point. Are we doing reviews? Are we building system security plan? I don't know, John.
I will officially wave the white flag on this. We don't need to go into it. I appreciate everybody's patience. Thank you, though.
Senator Tyson.
It would very much simplify this just to have an organization chart of existing 281. I think that would alleviate a lot of the questions and a lot of the concerns. Where we're at, where we were before 281 or 291, where we're at with 291, and where you're proposing. Just draw us a picture and make sure you include all, including ITAC. I mean, I want to see all of the relationships that are going on across IT, across the state. That would be great. Thank you.
And I'm fine if he does it on the 5th grade level so I can understand it, so.
Jeff, if you could put that together. All right, any other questions for Jeff? All right, thank you. Jeff, appreciate it. Alex, would you like to come up and?
Alex Wong.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, I just was wondering if research should be part of that, helping draw the organizational charts. If they're based on, like the statute.
Well, however it needs to be done. I mean, I'll leave that up to Jeff to do however he feels like it needs to be done. So, all right, go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alex Wong, Judicial Branch CITO. So from the SB 291 perspective, that's a lot of things that make sense across the board. So I'll point out the hiring of CISO for each branch makes sense. We should have a person dedicated for cybersecurity functions. For the CISO to actually have authority to create their own cybersecurity program within their branch makes sense. I mean, every single branch is different. They should have their rights to work on those things that is unique to their own function. And I also agree with Jeff on the maturity level, that the maturity level currently in the bill is hard, and some of those are cost prohibitive, and especially for judicial. A lot of our information are public information, intentionally to be public. And so I think a lot of those maturities should be based on the information that you are storing and the things that you're protecting, right? And you build based on the needs standard of the level of maturity that you need to comply with those data classification. So then on things that we might have to get into a little bit more discussion, one is I should add one more, which is there's a line in the SB 291 about CISO funding. Like there's a dedicated budget for cybersecurity efforts. And those are line item out so that that's transparency of what you're spending on those expenses. We agree with that. I think those should be transparent to everyone. Then getting into things that we need more discussion. One is we just talked about the can-win requirement, right? So you just see the presentation from Gartner about the current connectivity to each of the county and the effort that might take in order for us to get there. So I think the intention for us to make sure everything's secured, right? That is the bottom line. Regardless of what connectivity that you use, we need to make sure that it complies to industry standard, secured, and encrypted for the data that we're transmitting through the wire. So we need some flexibility there so that we are not locked into a specific provider. Same thing for, same thing for ITAC. So let me also remind the committee about the sunset costs. So currently with the SB 291, executive branch are the only ones that have voting rights into the policy and the procedures that's being decided in the committee. Both legislative branch, Tom, and myself, in the judicial branch, are non-voting member of ITAC. And so if this sunset back to it was before, then a lot of the policy and procedures that is currently approved will also impact my branch and legislative branch, that we have no, how should I say, share of the discussion or decision-making process. So that may hinder what we can do in judicial branch, because some of those policies might not work or fit into our environment. So I want to point that out. If we don't do something about that from the sunset, that will go back to that area. So that goes back to the same word that I'm going to use again, flexibility on any statewide policy and procedures, that if there's something that can be dedicated to judiciary, that can fit more into our district, counties, OJA structure, going back to what Representative Curtis said earlier, look at the requirements that we set for the counties, right? Is it necessary? Like some of the things that we did on the highest level on the top, should that be something that we need to push down to the counties and have them responsible for it? So understanding their needs and understanding the flexibility of what we should and should not do should be something we should discuss in this bill moving forward. Questions for me?
All right, any questions for Alex? Then, yeah, Senator Cluse.
Not a question, but I agree with that aspect of voting. I think that's really important to have a say, especially as we look at after the sunset, what we're going to put back together here. I think that's important.
Yeah, and I think just to clarify, both Alex and Jeff said the same thing. They just said it differently in a way. So right now, with the way the new ITEC is it's just it is just the administration, and then the judicial can create their own standards. ITEC, I mean, you call it ITEC standards if you want, but to be their own. The legislature can do the same thing. If we let it sunset, it'll go back to where all three branches are under ITEC, and they're actually taking turns being chairman of ITEC. Personally, I don't think that's the right way for us to go. But that's my opinion. And the reason is because there are specific standards that specific standards that the administration puts forth that the judicial doesn't necessarily need. Same way with the legislature. And frankly, the way it's been going for all these years is they've just been not doing them, ignoring them, which is really not the best policy either. So that's that's how I feel. I think it should not be sunset is kind of how I'm looking at that, but that's what discussion we can have. So I just wanted to clarify because it's kind of funny. You guys said it same thing, but two different ways in a way. So is that anything else to?
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Representative Haskins.
Mr. Chair, it's just a clarification. You know, we've listened to Gartner's presentations and we spent money on that. Are we going to have now the discussion of, okay, what we have learned from Gartner, what's going on, what should we make in 291? Or is it just leaving it as this is what we like and this is what we would want to change?
Okay, so as far as 291, which is where we're going to go next, really the Gartner piece is not going to be, I mean, we'll let that sunset basically. I guess that piece would, because they will provide a detailed report to the legislature. It's not quite done yet. Both of them actually still have the final report. We just needed to, it was our last meeting. I wanted to hear it. We heard as much as we could. So yeah, it doesn't require us to do anything with it right now. So, yep. All right. Any other questions for Representative Turner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow that point, as you said, I think the Gartner information came out of part of this bill, though, that required that by January 15th of 06, or 26, that they provide what we saw this morning, or we saw a first flush of, and we will see the final flush when they finish their work. So if not for 291, that piece of work would not have been done, and that information wouldn't be available for us to now refine what the intent of 291 was in a better piece of legislation is the hope. Is that fair? All right, thank you.
Exactly right. Yes. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You will.
So, I'm going to have Natalie come up here in a few minutes, and and if you want to bring up the 291 on your computer, and we'll start going through it and kind of looking through it and kind of start making some ideas on 291. I do want to emphasize, and it's what Representative Turner kind of alluded to. We're not saying, and I'm not saying, I don't think there's anybody on the committee that's saying that 291 was a bad piece of legislation that we shouldn't have done. It was very comprehensive. It got us started on a track. There's just some things in it that we have seen now that need to be, some of it probably needs to not happen, but some of it needs to happen. And so it's just kind of more of a refining of 291. And at this point, it looks like the best way to do that would be just another bill. Let 291 expire and then do another bill to implement it. So, I mean, if that's not the way we want to do it, we can change that. My other before we go into this is there's no way that, of course, we're going to tonight be able to say, okay, yeah, we all agree this is the bill we want, all that. So I kind of need a little bit of direction. I know Natalie would greatly appreciate a little bit of direction. Do we want to try to this evening kind of hammer out an idea of how we would like the bill to be? Natalie can go ahead and take those ideas, put together a bill, and then when we get together, my intention is to have a meeting the first week of the session, or second week, somewhere in there. We could then look at that bill and say, okay, yeah, this is what we want. We could then introduce it as a committee. Or we could put something together today as far as these are ideas. She can put something together, and then one of us can introduce it in one of the committees. So I guess I kind of want, I think that's something we need to kind of decide. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, and maybe a third option is I would really like to see that organization chart before we try to start putting legislation for 291 together. I think that's going to be critical for us to understand where we want to go. Like, we can lay an outline now for IT, but for us to understand the current structure and where we want to go, I think that's going to be absolutely critical for 291, especially with ITech and all that language. You're probably not going to like it, but maybe another meeting before.
I can get another meeting before is the thing. We don't have any more meetings, so I'd have to go to LCC and ask for another meeting. I mean, it's possible we could get one because of that.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is pretty critical, and I don't know how else to suggest it, but we're going to have such a short session next year, and I'm afraid this will sunset, and there are provisions that I know yourself and others may not want to see sunset. So, and it would be costly for as much progress to move one way and then to switch directions.
It would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go ahead, though, and I think there's some provisions in it that we could probably all agree at this point, and that, hold on a second. So let's go ahead and Natalie, let's go through because you kind of set it up as kind of, not necessarily sections, but kind of, and maybe we can kind of go through that and say, okay, these are things we do definitely want to keep in or we want to take out. And then the things that we're not sure about yet, I will see about trying to get another meeting. If not, we will just have to try to figure out a time during session. So is that kind of okay with everybody? Representative Haskins.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say the same thing, is that what I would need is kind of like a highlight of this was good intention, but this is problematic. This is something that I think is working well, because it's a pretty extensive bill, and there are more experts in this to identify what is working and what's not. And it sounds like maybe Natalie, we at least put together in sections, and so that sounds fine.
So, let me bring up Natalie, if you want to kind of get us started then, go through the section and then we will kind of open up discussion on it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously you guys have heard me brief this bill multiple times. I think Representative Turner's probably heard it 12 times since he's on the Legislative Modernization Committee. But what I have done, instead of just going through the entire bill in one big chunk, is I've kind of separated it into topics, and I'm going to kind of give you the highlights of each of the topics. If you have questions about those, you can ask me, and then you guys can discuss the policy positions you have on each of those topics. So section 1 of the bill is kind of a topic all unto itself. It contains a lot of the meat of 291. So the first part is that cybersecurity consolidation. Starting on July 1st of 2027, all cybersecurity services for each branch will be administered by the CTO and the CISO of each one of those branches, and all the cybersecurity employees, except for those at the regents, within each branch will work at the direction of the CTO. Before July 1st of 2026, ITech has to develop a plan to integrate all executive branch information technology services into the office, into OITS. That's what you heard about this morning with Gartner. The council is required to consult with each agency head in developing that plan. And then the judicial branch CTO has to come up with the plan that you heard about today, providing the hardware to each of the judicial agencies throughout the state, and the stuff regarding the CanWin network. Those are going to be provided to standing committees of each of your chambers during this legislative session. So there's nothing you really have to do there. The other part of section 1 was all the websites moving to .gov. That's already happened, so there's not really too much point in keeping that. Starting on July 1st of 2025, all money is appropriated for IT and cybersecurity spend have to be in separate line items. Alex was referring to that one. So that way you can have detailed review of each one of those spends. So those are kind of the policy pieces in section 1, and you guys can talk about how you want to go forward with each of those.
All right. So I would say that as far as the information cybersecurity expenditures, to me, that's a pretty easy given that we would want that one to continue. Might kind of just, everybody kind of shake their head or yes or no on that. So I think that one is definitely something that we want to continue. So I think the big one in that is that each agency or each branch creates creates a CTO and a CISO. Is that something that we would want to continue? Senator Tyson.
May I go back to the money?
Sure, yes.
So I think everybody agrees that breaking it out, but I just want to double check this. Was that just cybersecurity or all IT that was broken out, Natalie?
Mr. Chairman, it's supposed to be both, IT
And
and.
did we request those to be broken out by software, hardware, and personnel? Do we want to go that far, Mr. Chairman? Or I don't know, you're on the budget committee, you have a better idea of what you're looking for, but I just don't feel like we get good information sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that's something we could actually, once we have that information, I think that's something that legislative research or you guys could do, wouldn't it? You'd be able to break that out? What's that?
James Fisher, Legislative Research. This goes back to the conversation we had earlier about like how the account codes work in the state's accounting system, and unless they're like consistently done there's no way to discern.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. So maybe we want to have, I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be hard to get this anyway, as far as them. But it seems like that well, I don't know. How would we put that then? That appropriate information, that needs, expenditures need to be broke out by hardware, software, and FTEs, personnel?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, I guess, remind you, this isn't really like what you're getting from like the agency necessarily. This is almost like an onus on, that means in your budget bill, you're going to have to make sure that every hardware, is in its own line item. So, yeah, depending on how you get that from the agencies, that's something to consider, I guess. And I'm not sure if yet and James would be able to talk about this better, but are you getting that broken down from the agencies at this point?
Some agencies have provided that. I'm not sure. I don't recall the one off the top of my head, but others are not doing the same.
Mr. Chairman, that brings up an excellent point. This is backwards. We need the reporting mechanism, not so much the appropriation mechanism. The onus shouldn't be on the legislature. This points out another issue, I think, with SB 291, is it should be the reporting mechanism, not the appropriation mechanism.
Okay. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we should be asking the executive branch to update account numbers so that they can accurately reflect expenditures for, and then list what we want in terms of IT. And make that part of what we're asking.
Yeah, let's, okay, so let's, we want to keep that in, but let's table the exact language at this point and try to get a little bit more information on that. Yeah, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Day, Director of Legislative Services. Just a side note on all of this regarding the executive branch is not included, or the legislative branch is not included in that section 1 about separating out the expenditures, because we are already a separated line item for information technology. So all of ours in the legislature's budget is already separated out. However, just a side note, this could require a little bit more coding within the state's accounts payable system. Right now, there are sub-accounts for hardware, software, those kinds of things. But depending on the detail you want to go down to, it could require a lot more coding for more sub-accounts into that accounts payable system.
That they don't necessarily do now. Right. They don't necessarily do that now.
each of the agencies puts in where they believe the coding is for that particular item that they're buying, whether it's services, whether it's hardware, whether it's software, but that may not get you the information, or at least what Senator Tyson is specifically asking for may not get down to that fine detail.
I think that's what she's asking for, is that sort of. So, so yeah, let's talk more, because maybe we need to talk about, maybe get with the accounts receivable, or, yeah, and, see what, maybe how we need to do that, so that we do get that information. It's basically so that our legislative staff gets it, so when they can put it in the budget is how we need to make sure we get that. So I don't know. We'll see if we can flesh that out a little bit more. So, so going back to, are we all kind of in agreement that we need to have a CTO and a CISO for each branch? Not really? Not until you see the chart? Okay. Yeah, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to clarify, is the thought that maybe some of these are just too small to carry a full-time position? So you're not, okay, I'm just trying to understand. And then, since I've got this turn, yep, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of wanted some clarification maybe from Senator Tyson's request on that organization chart, because the way I thought maybe that was just about the executive branch. Are you wanting an organization chart from all three branches? Well, but so you're talking about like so you want like a legislative org chart, a judicial org chart, and a legislative.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we heard today from the administrative was all the different coding languages, different systems, different applications, and then there's some possibly duplication of effort going on across. I mean, we're trying to look for efficiencies here, how to do it better. And so one of the ways is, how are we managing this? And that's where I'm coming from, I guess. Maybe I'm looking at this as a project, and how are you managing the projects across the board? And I think that's where so I'm looking for efficiencies, and while we're doing this effort, we're not just looking for security and IT, we're also looking for efficiencies in how we do IT. And maybe I'm taking the wrong approach here, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Turner.
Lots of topics out there now. That's all right. Yeah, back to the org chart. I guess like Natalie, I didn't understand that you want every agency, and because they had a list there that we questioned, is this all of them? And that was what, 39? But I think it's in the 50s or something is what I've always understood. But I thought you likely, when this org chart came, it would just be kind of a sample chart that says this is the way it is in all these other agencies. But I didn't. You're expecting all 50 of them to be charted. Is that fair? No?
I was just going to provide some information. James Fisher, Kansas Legislative Research Department. We produce a budget summary for 90 plus agencies. Not all of them subscribe to OITS services. I
guess, well, I'll finish. So I think this appropriations thing, rather than a reporting in and appropriations, but appropriations comes back in section 4 on your reviser's brief here, where they're going to take 5% of the appropriated amount. So I think the appropriated amount is getting set up here that will then come back in later on. Just wanted to offer.
Okay. I guess we'll hunt on the CETO part of it too then, until we get those charts. Yeah, Representative Haskins.
I go back to your question about, and the task that we have is that section 1, and your question was, what's in there that's, that we don't want to move forward with? And is it now stalled? That question is tabled until we get this org chart? Is that what it is? Because we didn't have an org chart before, we all voted for this bill. Well, I say that generally. I'm not like pointing fingers at that, but I'm saying it passed. But thank you for the clarification. So I've just, to move it forward, I personally see that section 1 can continue as is until we get new information, and probably from Gartner, as well as what legislative research or whoever's putting this org chart together. But they need CISOs.
See what you're saying, that we could put, I mean, I think, again, it's my, personally what I think. I think that it is important that we have a CITO for each branch. But, so I think I see what you're saying, that if we just go ahead and say, yeah, we're gonna put section 1 into the new bill, we can come back when we look at it later and get the chart, then we can come back and say, no, we're gonna take that out. I see what you're saying.
I do want to clarify that pre-291, all of the branches already have a CITO. And then the executive branch already had a CISO. So all you did, and what you did in 291 was require the other 2 branches to have a CISO. You aligned what those CISO duties are. You kind of made them match for each branch. And then you required each of the separate electeds to appoint someone as a CISO for their own agency.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but you just made my point that the before, during, and after, this chart exists to some degree because the previous CETO used to put it a 3-year plan, and there was an org chart in there. And I just want everybody to have a clear picture of, okay, a CETO exists here, a CISO exists here, we have this many developers here. They report to XYZ. I think, and you're saying, an iTech, where does that umbrella come in? I mean, who reports to them, who sees? I don't think there's I'll be quiet. I don't want to speak for what other people understand. I actually have a little bit of background with some of this, and it is very confusing. And if you even talk to some of the IT people within the state, they get confused as to it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Haskins.
Senator Tyson, just a point of clarification. The section requires them to have a CISO. Is that the issue that you're like, I don't know if they need a CISO, or what is it that you're, because I understand the org chart. I understand that it needs to be communicated, but I'm not hearing why a CISO for these agencies would be bad.
Because if we're deciding, it's back to the one size fits all. This bill, the objective of this bill was to put everybody under one umbrella with cybersecurity and IT, right? Am I correct? No. Okay.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It actually breaks out the different branches in IT.
Like they have to have a, sorry, Mr.
Yeah, so to me, before this bill, everybody was under the same, to a certain extent, because we had iTech, we had our CITO and judiciary CITO and admin CITO were all on it. They took turns. they all came up with standards and everybody was supposed to follow them. This actually breaks it up and says, no, each branch is going to have their own CTO. They're going to follow their own standards that they developed. The statewide, they're supposed to create their own standards. So it actually, really what it does, if anything, is it brings together the administration a little bit more into one, just themselves.
So we're isolating the 3 branches completely. And we're not going to look for efficiencies across those branches. I just want to be clear
Well,
so
I don't-
that I know what
I mean, I wouldn't say we're isolating them completely, but we're saying that all 3 are more or less responsible for their standards, and not saying that they have to follow the standards. I mean, the way it was before is the judicial and the legislature only had a couple of votes. The rest of it was all administration. So the standards were being developed by the administration in ITech. I mean, and the judicial and the legislative were supposed to follow those. And this kind of breaks that up.
So where does OITS fit in to this, Mr. Chair?
Well, they fit in with the cybersecurity, of course, and then just the executive branch. Yeah.
But okay, so Natalie, will you clarify then, why are there requirements? Is it only the executive branch that is required to use OITS then?
Mr. Chairman, yes. So OITS, Jeff is the executive branch CTO. So the policies that he and John as CISO put in place for the executive branch will, those just apply to the executive branch, and they'll use ITech. There is still, the judicial and legislative branch CTOs are still on ITech. They're non-voting members, but that way they'll be made aware, of the policies that the executive branch is implementing. But the OITS framework is just for the executive branch.
Well, you need ITech for them to create the policies for the administration. I mean, unless you want the CTO to just do it unilateral, there has to be. I mean, this gives more of a voice to all the different agencies. ITech does. I mean, otherwise, somebody's got to come up with the standards, and if you don't have ITech in the administration or for the administrative branch, then I suppose it's the CTO or the CISO that comes up with the standards. And I'm not sure that that's going to fly very well we have a hard enough time as it is getting the administrative branch agencies to comply. To completely take them out of the equation of not giving them any sort of a voice would probably make it even worse. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just see a layer of bureaucracy at ITech and then sub-layers with all the members, and then 2 of the members are not voting members, or a few of the members are not voting members. They just get to listen to the meeting or comment, but not vote. So I'm just wondering, I think we do need ITech, so I'm very glad that you said that. But I feel like ITech maybe should have some more authority, and that we should bring in some of the voting. That judiciary should be able to vote, and that the legislature should be able to vote on it. So that it's more weighted evenly between the 3. But that's just my opinion from what I've watched and listened.
Representative Curtis.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'd agree, like, they should be voting members if they're going to be held to those, or accept those standards. Like, they should be able to have a say in that. So I would agree with that. I'm not sure where I'm at on this, on the CTO and CISO. It seems like all three branches need, but like, I'm not sure that how far that has to go, how deep that has to go.
I think what we maybe need to do is maybe we do need to have, Natalie, maybe you go through the whole thing. And let's, instead of just, and then, I don't know, we may not get very far in this today. But why don't you go ahead and give a briefing on the whole bill and
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I might just kind of go over the highlights and some of.
hold on a second, Natalie. Representative Cluse, Senator Cluse.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's getting a little late in the day. Trying to figure this out, and I'm trying to follow what Senator Tyson's saying, and yet our representative over here. There seems to be a lack of clarity on kind of like who's in charge and what it's been and where we're going. And I think that's where Senator Tyson's at, being able to have kind of a visual. Unless, like you're saying, we can start from scratch and walk right through this. I mean, this thing's already been out, and it's like we're back to square one all of a sudden. And I think because there just has been a lack of clarity in this. And so I can see the need of understanding and maybe having some graphics of where we are currently, where we had been, and what our objective is, where we're going. Is that kind of what you're saying? That's what makes sense to me. So, because honestly, the more we talk about it, the more confused I get.
Well,
when you start over.
The only thing I'll say is that if we do not put forth a bill, if somebody doesn't put forth a bill, the current bill basically is going to sunset the 1st of July. So everything in this bill goes away. Any good thing, any bad thing, it all goes away. So my hope was that we would be able to kind of craft something that we could go forward with that puts the parts in it that's good and that take the parts out that are bad. I don't have any illusion that we're going to get there today on that. My concern is if we don't have another, if I'm not able to get another meeting, somebody's going to have to create the bill. And so, we could do it. I just was trying my best to get a little bit of a consensus between the House and the Senate on a bill. So, but I'm not sure we're going to get there today on it. So I think what we'll do is go ahead and, Natalie, if you would give us a briefing on the bill, and then I will do everything in my power to see if we can get another meeting, and it will just basically spend the whole day on this bill. And hopefully we can get that meeting before the 1st of the year. So.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I think maybe what I'll also do is try to say, what it's going to revert back to, if this bill expires, what it was like before 291 existed. So we already kind of went over section 1. I think you guys understand section 1 pretty well. Sections 2 and 3 are, they create the CISO positions within the judicial and legislative branches. So I mentioned that the executive branch already had one. All 3 branches already had a CISO. but nothing in statute required the judicial branch and the legislative branch to have their own chief information security officers. So sections 2 and 3 require those branches to have those officers. And then it also lists the duties that those CISOs will have. You guys can read those in my brief, but it also aligns those with the responsibilities for the executive branch CISO. So that way, every branch CISO has the same responsibilities within each of their branches. Part of those responsibilities are developing cybersecurity programs for the branches that comply with the NIST standards. It has to come up to a CSF 2.0 score, and then with NIST, the CSF Framework 2.0, those programs are required to reach a CSF tier of 3.0 by July 1st of 2028 and a CSF tier of 4.0 by July 1st of 2030. It also requires those audits, which Jeff has talked about, that they reach out for those audits. So you might want to consider changes there. And then it talks about if those audits failed, what would happen. So, you might want to come up with new standards there. Section 4 is the section that Representative Turner was alluding to about the budget process. Part of breaking out the expenditures for the IT spends in the budget is because starting on July 1st of 2028, the director of the budget, in consultation with the CITO of each branch, has to determine if each agency in that branch is in compliance with the provisions of this act for that fiscal year. If the director of the budget determines that the agency is not in compliance, then they have to certify an amount that's equal to 5% of the money that's either state general fund money or special revenue fund money for that non-complying agency. And then the director of the budget would give the legislature a report, and then you guys would be able to talk about that in the budget process. Like, should we lapse this 5% because they are not complying with the requirements of this act? Sections 5, 6, 7, 8 were all appropriation sections, so you don't really need to concern, there's nothing really to do there. Section 9, and there's a few that do this exact same thing. 9, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, these are the sections that require the electeds. So the Commissioner of Insurance, the Secretary of State, the Treasurer, the Attorney General, and then the KBI Director, who's not elected. But it requires them to appoint a Chief Information Security Officer within their branch. That Chief Information Security Officer would be tasked with creating the cybersecurity framework. They have to also meet that 3.0 and that 4.0, but it doesn't spell out the specific duties as it does with the three branches of government. So there's a little bit more flexibility there given to the electeds. It's not spelled out in statute what they have to do. There's an open records provision about those audits that we talked about, but again, you'll want to address the audit issue. Either way. Section 16 amends some of the definitions, business risk, information, technology project change or overrun. It also changes the definition of executive branch agency to include the judicial council, but not the elected official agencies. Section 18 is where we get into ITech. So this section changes the membership makeup of ITech so that the CITOs from the judicial and the legislative branch are non-voting members. It also makes the legislative members who are on ITech non-voting members, and it adds 2 voting members who are IT employees from the State Board of Regents institutions. It would make the chair always the executive branch CITO, because right now it rotates between the CITOs. So ITech, before Senate Bill 291, it was a rotating, the CITOs were the chairs, either the executive branch, judicial branch, or legislative branch. There was representation, a little bit of representation from the branches on ITech. they would adopt IT policies that applied to all three branches. Now, in those policies, sometimes there were exceptions. You know, there's this policy, but this one doesn't apply to the legislative branch, or this one doesn't apply to the judicial branch. But in theory, the policies that they adopted were required to be followed by all of state government. So what 291 does is say that ITEC is going to develop policies for the executive branch agencies. The legislative branch and the judicial branch have their own CTOs, they have their own CISOs. They're gonna adopt their own policies for each of those branches to follow. There's a little bit of a separation of powers question there about things applying to all three branches. But if this were to sunset, it would go back to the way ITEC was before. The other big change to ITEC is in section 20. It requires that plan for ITEC to come together and put that plan together for integrating all IT services under the CTO and the CISO. So in 291, you've already consolidated all the cybersecurity personnel. They are all gonna work under Jeff and John, or under the CTO and the CISO for the judicial branch, or under the CTO and CISO for the legislative branch. But what you did in section 20 here is say, okay, ITEC, come up with a plan for consolidating all IT services to be provided by the CTO of the executive branch. So kind of separating that out, it's only going to apply to the executive branch. Let's see. We also, there were a few sections in there that aligned the duties for the CTOs. So the executive branch CTO, the legislative branch CTO, and the judicial branch CTO, just like the CISOs, their duties were kind of aligned to make them match, to make sure that they're fulfilling the same function for each of the branches of government. Let's see. Section 28 is something you'd probably want to talk about because that's the reporting for the information technology projects. And so, right now, that all goes through the executive branch for reporting. But this would say that the IT projects for the legislative and judicial projects would be reported pursuant to the policies that are adopted by each of those branches. So that would affect how they get, reported to you guys. The Cybersecurity Act definitions are changed a little bit. It's amended to include the Judicial Council, which I think was mostly a technical change, but it's also amended to remove the current law exclusion of capers. So capers doesn't fall under that right now, and this is changed to remove that exclusion. That would go away if 291 sunsets. More CISO. And then the last thing is changes to the duties of each executive branch agency head related to information technology. So most of the current law duties, including the duty to perform those cybersecurity self-assessments that Jeff mentioned a little bit ago, most of those are all removed since the CTO and the CISO are going to take over a lot of those duties. But it does maintain the requirement that each agency head be required to coordinate with the executive branch CISO to implement the new security standards that they come up with. And I can take any questions about what the process was pre-91 or what it will be, if you let this sunset, or what it would be if you let it go forward.
So Natalie, on the Cybersecurity Act, that was a separate act that we did, a couple of years ago, right? And then this puts in capers. What does that do?
So there I'd have to go back, and I don't have the whole Cybersecurity Act up here with me, but those requirements right now, capers is excluded from following those. I'd have to, Jeff probably maybe knows a little bit more off the top of his head, but because they're excluded from the definition, they're not required to follow that, but this would require capers to.
Okay, yeah. Our Senator Peterson.
Hey, this wouldn't change anything in section 22, would it? I mean, if it sunsets, where the data centers are all maintained within the United States.
Oh, so I mean, Mr. Chairman, Senator Peterson, that would sunset technically, yeah. So, because everything in here does sunset. So the requirement that the data centers be held there, that is a new duty requirement of the CETOs. That wasn't in law before 291. So that duty would go away.
We probably want to keep that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Natalie? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Natalie. Section 18, the whole ITech.
Okay.
So the change has been made that ITech has that the legislative and judicial are to attend as ex officio, to be informed and to answer questions if it comes, but they don't have a voting right anymore based off Senate Bill 291. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What are there any recommendations in 291 for how their judicial and legislative branch, how their programs, plans, standards get approved? Do they form their own ITech, if you will, to govern their branch?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haskins, they probably could if they wanted to, but the other two branches are very small.
Yeah.
So the legislative branch, I mean, how many employees do we have total in the legislative branch? 40 employees or 140. So, developing, it's hard to compare
But they would.
those two branches, but it is silent about how the CETO and the CISO, are supposed to come up with those policies. It does require like the legislative branch CETO to consult with the reviser of statutes on anything that would have legal implications like COMA, CORA, those types of issues. But there's no formal like committee created with representation from each of our agencies, to come up with those policies.
So for the three branches, executive, judicial, and legislative, with Senate Bill 291, they now have their own autonomy to decide what works best for their branches based off Senate Bill 291. They don't?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, therein lies the question of the umbrella versus individual. But so how many members are currently on ITech? And is it evenly weighted between the three branches? And are the non-elected officials, do they have any representation?
Let me grab my.
No, that's the third job. Let me tell you about and then I have a karaoke.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
All right, Natalie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So before Senate Bill 291, the ITech was composed of 17 members. There were 2 cabinet agency heads, or those people's designees, 2 non-cabinet agency heads, the executive branch CETO, the legislative branch CETO, the judicial branch CETO, the executive chief officer of the State Board of Regents, 1 representative of cities, 1 representative of counties, the network manager for Inc., one representative with background and knowledge in technology and cybersecurity from the private sector, one representative appointed by ks.gov, one member of the Senate appointed by the president, one member of the Senate appointed by the minority leader, one member of the House appointed by the speaker, and one member of the House appointed by the minority leader. So that was the makeup before 291. So the only, the legislative representation would be the legislative branch CETO and the actual legislators. The judicial branch really only had the judicial branch CETO. Everyone else was either executive branch or local members, local units of government.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. I'm really trying to dig into this because, so KTEC is a voting member of it, or Inc., you said, Inc. is a voting member.
Yeah, the network manager of Inc., yes.
As a result of 291.
No, that was already the
No,
case.
we didn't change that, but as a result of 291, we made the judiciary and the others non-voting members, but we give Inc. a higher say. This just logically, I'm not.
So before 291, the ITech policies that were adopted were to apply to the legislative branch and the judicial branch. So under 291, those policies don't apply to those branches anymore. So that, I think, is the rationale, whether that's a good rationale. But the Inc. member was the same before 291. We didn't change that.
Thank you, Natalie. I think the question is, do we want the ITech policy to apply across the board or not? That is the question. Then we can derive as to the voting members or not. I think there might be a little bit of a disconnect as to which way we go with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, it appears to me that we're probably not going to get that decided today. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with if there's some provisions in there that we say, yes, we want to keep, to go ahead and mark them so that Natalie can get started with that. Tom, did you have something you want to say?
Just one comment, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. As far as the ITech policies applying to all three branches of government, before 291, that was the case. After 291 went into effect, it does not preclude the legislative branch or judicial branch from accepting those policies, maybe not all of them. We may need tweaks within each of those two branches, but it doesn't preclude us from not adopting those policies as our own as well.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, that's how it was working before because nobody was following ITech anyway. So I'm just, do we need ITech or not? Okay, that's all I'm asking. I would hate to see it go away. I would like to see it have a little bit more authority, a little bit more congruity throughout the state. But if, others want something different, that's fine. I do agree with Senator Peterson. I think Section 22 needs to go in. And I'd like to ask about Section 24.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So the Section 24 is the section that creates the judicial branch CETO. And essentially the changes that are made within this section are just to align those duties with the other two CETOs.
Okay, what about the sections that create the CISOs for the statewides?
So those actually are, so the first one just so you can see an example of it, they're not done with their own individual sections, but like section 9, for example, is what does it for the insurance department.
Right.
So what section 9 is, is just a blanket section that allows the commissioner of insurance to appoint assistants in their, within their department. And subsection C requires the commissioner to appoint a CISO who's responsible for, coming up with those security standards. That language all matches where they're required to come into compliance with those CSF tiers. It also requires them to make sure their employees go through training and things like that, but it doesn't have the extensive list of duties as each of the branch CISOs have. You'll notice that the verbiage is a little bit different because it's the commissioner shall appoint a chief information security officer. So it's not necessarily the intention that they have to hire a whole new person. They just have to appoint someone within their department to be the chief information security officer for that department and be responsible for coming up with that cybersecurity program.
Senator Peterson.
Natalie, is that the same for the others in section 12, 13, and 15?
Yes, the language is pretty much identical in all of those sections.
All those require the same standards to be met at the same dates?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going back to the beginning, and I probably haven't gone through this bill as many times as others, but I did bring a copy. And so one question I have, that I think Natalie could answer is just in section 1, in the second sentence, it talks about all cybersecurity employees within the legislative and executive branches of state government shall work at the direction of the chief information technology officer of the branch. Why does that not include judicial?
Mr. Chairman, I think that language change might have come from an amendment from the judicial branch. Marissa's here. I think that was a specific request from the judicial branch. But if you think about the makeup, so when we talk about the judicial branch, we're just essentially talking about OJA. So they all kind of work in the same agency anyway, because we're not talking about the county, the district court level and the county level. Whereas in the legislative branch, even though we're a small branch, we do have independent agencies like the revisor's office, KLRD, LAS, whereas the judicial branch doesn't really have that.
Thank you. I was just wondering because I know at this point, some of the district courts have their own cybersecurity individuals, and I will talk with the judicial branch and ask about that. So one thing I would like to look at that I think we heard some testimony on was the CFS tiers being perhaps not necessary. And I don't know how or what information the committee might need to decide what tiers would be more appropriate.
Yeah, that was something I was gonna bring up with so where I was going a while ago was the commissioner of insurance, the attorney general, all those sections that have those are, I'm coming back to your deal, but are we all good with keeping them with a CISO, that they have to hire a CISO? Appoint a CISO, yes. Okay. Okay, so,
9, 11, 13, and 15.
Question.
okay. Yes, Senator Tyson.
I don't have a problem with that at all. My question, I guess that's the section I think that contains the NIST standard.
Yeah, and that's what was,
That's where,
yeah, and that's where I was going, that's where
okay.
Senator Francisco
That
is saying.
I-
Yeah, so I think we're good with those sections that create the CISO, Natalie. So now let's go to Senator Francisco's on the NIST standards. Yeah, I think I'm not sure how we go about it, whether we just, because because it sounds like that 2.5 to 3.5 is like a fairly standard around the United States. So I don't know if maybe if we want to say 3.5 by July 1st, 2030, and then by that time, maybe, you know, the whoever's here will maybe want to do something different. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand where you're trying to go and to create some consistency. I'm very leery of putting language for a specific standard in legislation. So I don't know if there's another way to do that, Natalie, maybe rules and regs, which I'm not a big fan of at times either, but, or maybe ITech derives the standard. I'm just gun shy of putting that in legislation, Mr. Chairman.
And I understand what you're saying on that. Senator Peterson.
Sorry, I understand the concept. Some of those standards can change. But could we put in the standards as they're written in this year? So we have a benchmark to move towards? Just throwing that out there.
Mr. Chair, so I do want to point out, it already, it doesn't contain like a date certain like what you're kind of used to seeing, but it requires it to be the NIST Cybersecurity Framework CSF 2.0. So if they go to, you know, whatever 2.1 or 3.0, however their numbers go, you guys would have to amend this to then jump them to that new framework.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So maybe we need to say NIST 2.0 or greater. And then just take out all the CFS.
So generally,
SF.
what you would want to consider there is whether that's like a delegation issue, because you're kind of saying, whatever NIST decides to do, you're just kind of delegating your authority to NIST to make that decision. Because the assumption is you guys have reviewed the NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0, you like that one. And then, you know, if they go to 3.0, that would give you the opportunity to review that again and adopt that into this legislation. If you just say any future version of it and then they do something that you don't like, you're tacitly like accepting that without having reviewed that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think I misunderstood what I was thinking more of, giving the ability for the CTOs to go up higher if they, the 2.0 would be like would be the baseline, and then they would be able to go higher if they deemed that they needed. That was what I was saying. So maybe that doesn't need to be put in there.
Well, and you could take out the tier. Like, so for example, if you just wanted to be general about it, you could say they have to come up with a cybersecurity program that's in line with NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0 and not necessarily require that they meet these certain benchmarks of the tiers if you wanted to.
Then they could go higher if they wanted to. And later then we could, you know, if the legislature didn't think that there was that the 2.0 was good, later on, years from now, they could go higher if they wanted.
Yeah, the legislature would have to do that. So the way that it's written now, if 3.0 came out, you know, they couldn't necessarily, that wouldn't be implied in the statute. The requirement is just that they create a program that complies with CSF 2.0. But
Right, but it wouldn't prohibit them to go to 3.0.
No, not necessarily, unless there was something in there that was actually like less cumbersome in 3.0 than it was in 2.0.
Right, okay. That's what I was trying to get at. I don't know. I'm not sure how to, as far as the CSF tiers, I'm not sure how to go about that. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff commented on this. Would you be able to address a recommendation that, because I get how we all want the ultimate security and we all know the price. So where is the realistic place that we should be as a baseline,
Yep.
is
All right.
what the chairman's asking.
All right. Thanks, Senator. Mr. Chairman, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer for the Executive Branch. So there's a little bit of a nuance numerical piece. So CSF 2.0 is CS Cybersecurity Framework version 2.0. It is not the maturity tier. The maturity tiers are your maturity aligning with that version 2.0 of that cybersecurity framework. So really, the version 2.0 is the current cybersecurity framework that the federal government recommends. They usually evaluate and redo that depending on, what's in flight. Maybe every 3 to 5 years, they'll redo that framework and they'll come out with version 3.0. The maturity scores are just how well we are adopting that framework and our maturity around those processes they dictate as best practice. There's a couple of different approaches to that. Some of it is what you mentioned, Senator Tyson, is maybe put that back down to ITech, and just maybe that should be is that they need to determine and have documented a cybersecurity framework, industry recognized, developed by NIST. They must identify that, and that is the framework that branch, or depending on how ITech goes, and they follow that. So there's a couple different approaches. You can leave it as, use Cybersecurity Framework 2.0, and then we would have to adjust that in statute every time there is a change in that. Generally, that's about 5 years, could be longer. So I think there are multiple approaches to doing that. So there's, just a little bit of nuance between the version of the cybersecurity framework and the maturity levels.
Okay, so these 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, that's the maturity level. That's like a score. That's not the.
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha.
Is the
Yeah.
version.
Okay.
Now there's maturity. The maturity scores they use are on a scale 1, 2, 3, or 4. So that's where we start getting into that kind of nuanced of. So,
Okay.
But it is the version 2 of that framework right now that is the current active version.
Okay. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that this has a fairly big bite for the agencies if they don't meet that in terms of the 5%. And because of that, I think it should be a clear standard as opposed to saying, I think if we're going to say we might take as much as 5% of your budget, I don't think it should be 5% of the budget that your agencies decided was the standard they wanted to meet. I think it would be good to be clear because we're using it and asking the budget director to review that standard.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Jeff, but Natalie, since you're there, you can take it. So the word tier is one that wasn't used there, so I was a little confused, and that helped. His comments helped me. So this is version 2, and then maturity scores of 3 and 4. So what's tier? Is that this?
The tier is in reference to the maturity scores. Yeah, the 2.0 is the version of it. And then the CSF tier of 3.0 and then 4.0, that's like how compliant you are with it.
I agree, and I had read this as maturities originally, and now it's kind of a hybrid.
Yeah, that's why like the conversation of like if they go to a 3.0, a version 3.0, the idea would be that you guys would want to like review that and then amend this again to say, yeah, we like 3.0, so we're gonna say they should, use that version instead.
So do we need to put in the 3.0 and the 4.0 as far as them? Thank you.
We've had presentations in this committee from Bob, but he's talking about how we are making good progress in terms of our maturity from the time that he's come in and the things that he's done. And so I think the intent of this is just to show that there there's continued progress in terms of moving forward, within this version 2. So I think it's a good thing to see progress and to continue to encourage and have some markers out there to make that happen.
Okay, so the other part of that, though, is that we have no audit mechanism. So we don't really have a way necessarily to say someone's at tier 3 or tier 4, because that audit mechanism is not there. Even though it's here, it's not there.
Yeah, and there's actually kind of two parts, because the audit, you'll have to decide what you want to do, since that's the way it's worded and there's not really an option anymore. But in theory, you guys have tasked the director of the budget to work with each of the CTOs to decide whether they're in compliance or not. And so, and then, you get into that 5% potential lapse that Senator Francisco was referencing. So if they aren't able to come to that maturity level of 4.0, the idea, obviously it's up to you in the budget process, but the idea is the director of the budget says this agency is not compliant, 5% of their budget is $100,000, and you guys can lapse that $100,000 because they're not in compliance.
Right, so yeah, it's the three things. Whether or not we want to do this, we have which is tied to the auditing, which is then tied to the 5%. So all three of these different parts are all tied together. If you don't have the auditing part, you're kind of messed up on the other two parts. I might ask Jeff, let's say that we were able to audit, we did keep these. What does that do for an agency if the director of budget comes out and says, we're going to cut you 5% because you're not at 3.0? What exactly does that tell someone out in the world that's maybe trying to get in? What does that tell them?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer, Executive Branch. It just depends on what detail. Obviously, there's provisions in there to protect any disclosure of the audit reports themselves, so there'd have to be some digging in there. That's to be determined, but obviously any of that you don't want to broadcast if you don't have to. So how that would get handled would need to be identified specifically through whatever process.
But to a certain extent, you are advertising that certain agency has some sort of a issue.
Unfortunately, yes.
And that concerns me, that we would be doing that. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You bring up an excellent point. And also, if we'd remember from earlier presentation, they talked about there's different data, different guards that needs on different data. It's not a one size fits all again. And so for cost, we're forcing a certain compliance, and maybe it's already public information. I mean, we need to be wise about this. And we're at the 10,000 foot view on this committee. We're not in the trenches making these decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so, I don't know. Senator Francisco?
Did you want to try to decide on this? I think this is one I'm going to have to think about.
I think we are going to have to think about
a little bit.
Yeah.
I have a fun one.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is on page 3. This isn't lined. Page 3, new section 3, number 8, talks about ensuring that all legislators and legislative branch employees complete cybersecurity awareness training annually. And if an employee does not complete the required training, their access to the hardware or the network is revoked. We don't have any corresponding requirement for an action for legislators. And I always think we should not hold other people to standards that we're not following ourselves. So I think we should at least offer something that would happen, that a legislature would have to be at the Office of Information Technology, for 1 hour for training or something. Because we're saying to people, one of the best things we can do for cybersecurity is training. And we're saying legislators should be trained and legislative employees should be trained. So if there's no way, how will we will know if they haven't had training, right? But what is the consequence of not doing it? There should be some consequence, I think, if we're going to ask for them to do it.
Of the legislator not doing it? Senator Tyson.
This was the fun one?
I would just so you know, that provision is repeated for all the branches, this CISO. So like the judicial branch, the justices, the judges, the judicial branch employees have to do that, and then the executive branch employees.
So that's certainly something to think about.
I'll come up with an amendment.
Okay.
If this becomes a bill.
All right. So we're losing members because they had prior engagements. They're not getting bored. They had prior engagements they said they had to go to. So we'll go for another 10 minutes here, and then we'll adjourn. So anything else that we feel like that we could go ahead and say, yeah, let's. Okay. Senator Peterson.
Section 30, where we're going to exclude, currently capers was excluded from the definition of executive branch agency. They've done really well on their audits and security coming up, as well as, like our insurance commissioner and our treasurer. We had some really good post audits from them, and when they have problems, they address them. So I'm thinking that why would we want to include them underneath this branch agency?
So that will expire, right? So if we don't want to include them, we just let that section expire.
Yes.
So.
But I think the judicial council would be fine underneath there.
Oh, that's right. We have to include the judicial council. Okay, so we wouldn't want that. So we just remove the current law excluding of capers.
Yes.
You want to do that? Yeah. Well, actually, the judicial council probably should be under the judicial. No? Oh, it's not?
Yeah, they kind of, even though they're called the judicial council and like they're over there, but they're for all intents and purposes treated like an executive branch agency.
Oh, okay. All right.
But in fact, they were already being treated that way. That was really kind of a technical amendment just to make sure that they were included. So.
Okay. All right. So we'll just take out the after the and just take out the capers system if that's what everybody wants to do. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've got quite a bit in right now, which is good. Yeah. And I know 22 and 24, to be clear, is in, and 30's in without capers, excluding capers. And then okay. I just wanted to, and I know you've got some other sections too.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you say 24?
22 and 24.
Oh, 22. Okay.
So Natalie, would you like to, could you go through the sections that we've said yes on, or do you?
Mr. Chairman, so there are, it's hard to do it section by section because, for example, a lot of the sections refer to the audit that's no longer possible. So probably you're going to want to like amend that section anyway to remove reference to that audit or make whatever policy change you need to make there. But what I have right now that you've kind of decided to are to keep the IT spending as separate line items, but you might discuss that further about breaking it down even further. You're waiting about the CTO and the CISO, waiting on the CSF tiers and creating the positions in each of the branches, kind of waiting on that budget process because you don't know whether you want to tie the 5% when you don't know what you're going to do with the CSF tiers. Remove the audits, but I don't, know what to replace them with yet. You'll discuss that. No decision on the iTech changes or the IT reporting. Leave the judicial branch definition in the executive branch and reenact the CAPERS exclusion. Keep having the CISOs appointed by the electeds. And that's really all I have at this point.
Yeah, 20 is in, and section 5, 6, and 7, we don't need to do, you said.
Yeah,
because
those were appropriation sections.
maybe even
so
8.
They're, unless you want to lapse funding from any of those agencies.
Okay.
So keep the data centers in the US. That's a CTO responsibility.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. If we look back at section 1, I think we might want to add to the things we want to look at the question about can-win and access to the judicial and understand if we can make that requirement. This is each piece of information technology hardware. So I think that's something I very much want to keep the reference to every website that is maintained by a branch of government or state agency shall be maintained on a .gov domain. And I think we can change the wording because we don't need the prior to 2025. But I think that was a really good change that was implemented with passage of this bill.
Depending on what you do with section 1, we could almost even just put that in the CTO requirements for each branch, to make sure that all the websites maintained by each government agency are a .gov.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. As far as the can-win, so that provision simply says that they have to create the study that they did. It does not say that they have to do that. So that is something that will be talked about later after that report is out, whether or not to go that direction. So a lot of that section is really irrelevant to really because of that.
Yeah, I think we'd have to rework where we put the consolidation of the cybersecurity employees. So we could put that, depending on if you keep the CISO statutes for each of the branches, you could put that in there, or we could keep it as a standalone section. It's kind of up to you guys.
Yeah. Senator Francisco.
Because we have that choice, I think putting it in the separate sections would be better and just not mentioning it in judicial. Does that make sense? Because then people like me who read this don't always want to know why we skip judicial, especially like it's in the first 2 sentences.
It's a good idea. All right, so I think what we'll do is, one thing that, if I'm not able to get another meeting, I'm not sure what we're gonna do on our, recommendations for our report, because we haven't really talked about that. So I think what we'll do is I'll try to get another meeting. If I can't, I think what we'll do is have James send what we have so far that we've kind of talked about so far to everybody, and we'll, you send back to him whether or not you accept them or not. So, Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, you could make a strong recommendation of what, just that the IT needs to be a high priority, and that the revisions on 291. I don't know how you want to word that. You could work with James, but yeah, for the report, I think.
The report, yeah.
I think
yeah.
you could, I don't think anybody would have any problems with that. I don't want to speak for the committee, but.
Yeah, and definitely IT needs to be so. Thank you, Natalie. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, we're kind of dissecting this bill, but just to go back, I mean, if there is an agency, and I'll say it hypothetically, if there's an agency that isn't concerned about cybersecurity, and we see multiple reports where they just don't seem to ever get engaged to do much about it, we felt like we were, as an oversight group, we had no tools to make anything happen there. So the attempt was to put together a structure, which is done with all the CISOs and CTOs and the things that Representative Haskins liked. So you had the structure, and then you had the enforcement, which was the audit, which now we're saying, well, wait a minute, Homeland Security can't do the audit. So we need to replace that maybe with something else. But we had structure, audit, and we had consequence to Senator Francisco's, and that was the money piece of it, because that's what speaks to these folks. So, as we take and piece and part things apart, they were all kind of webbed together to do exactly what I described, which is to have a structure, to have enforcement, and to have consequence. So if we're going to pull things apart, we need to maybe look and see if we can't replace some of these things with things that might work, given the new realities of all of those areas. So I just wanted to throw that out, because quickly this is just becoming a cleanup bill for the Cybersecurity Act of 2018. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was my intention, was to try to figure out how much of this we could not let expire. If we can figure out some sort of an auditing system, and that would be good. If we feel that the 5% is a good idea, and it's not putting, I'm still concerned that it does send a message out there, and it puts that agency in the bullseye. But maybe not. So that's something to think about in the next before the next meeting. So looking through the draft here of the recommendations, is there anything in here that anybody has a problem with? Yeah, go ahead, James, sorry.
James Fisher, Legislative Research. This was also passed out at the last meeting for you all. Just based on discussion for today, that second bullet on 291 would change dramatically on this. Everything else was just recommendations that were made in previous meetings, and there weren't really any at the last one. It was just more the plan that was going to happen at this one, which was discussion of 291.
Okay, so really the first, there's just the one then. Well, the one on the post audit. Just two, okay. And we didn't talk about the authorize the executive branch CETO to allow individuals other than the CISO to sign and approve certain cyber-related documents related to IT projects. Is that something that was brought up that is in the bill that we need to change? Jeff, go ahead. I kind of remember something about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jeff Maxon, Chief Information Technology Officer, Executive Branch. So there is a piece of language in there that says the CISO shall review all contracts for cybersecurity related information. The CISO must review all contracts. That's thousands that come through. And so just he won't have time to do his actual job focusing on cybersecurity with that language. That needs to be adjusted to either more in the procurement process and not just saying contracts, and also allowing certain people to be, kind of delegated some of that authority for certain types of contracts that might not be significant to where it requires a CISO to review. So there needs to be some sort of different piece of that language, but that language in there right now says a CISO must review all contracts.
Okay.
Is causing some challenges based on the sheer volume of contracts that come through.
Okay. All right, so that's something we'll look at the next meeting. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a note when I was reading this, and I didn't ask it during our discussion, but I was wondering if we might consider wording such as oversee the review of all contracts rather than review all contracts, so that the CETO would be in charge of whatever the process is to review the contracts, but would not necessarily be reviewing them individually. So we could ask Natalie about that wording and see if other committee members think that might make sense. This is on, the first time it came up is section 2, 9.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Jeff would be able to answer, whether he thinks that language would be helpful for them. But I also would like you to clarify whether you want the language for the legislative and the judicial CISOs to match whatever you guys decide for the executive, or if you want to leave those, because they're such smaller branches, if you want to leave those with the CISO of each of the branches, would be helpful.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if Jeff could just respond to language that says oversee the review. And I think it would be appropriate to be consistent all three places, because they can still be the review person. They can have somebody else that's really good that they go, oh, you're a better ice picker than I am.
Again, thank you for the question, Senator, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to think about that a little bit more too, because I do believe as kind of when you're at the contract phase, it's already a little too late, because especially with the procurement. So we want that more in the procurement process and not what you're at the contract. Because in most cases, if you're already at the contract stage, if you start making changes to that contract per se, that might basically, you've changed the terms of the RFP or et cetera, and that might, mandate a protest or a rebid because we've changed things structurally that weren't originally in the RFP. So we really need to kind of work on that language, but what it is in there now is problematic. So no, I definitely appreciate that question, because there's a little more thought we need to put into that, candidly.
Now I remember that, because, yeah, we need to do it before the procurement, not after procurement. So, yeah, that's something we can, if you can help us.
And there's all the various
I don't think we had a
procurement vehicles,
quorum,
whether it's
do
a prior auth task order, all those different things we need to address. So,
okay. So, yeah, I think we've lost our quorum. Okay. We're not going to make a decision, so, I mean, I think we're ready. So what I'd suggest is, I'm going to do my best to get another meeting. And in the meantime, if you guys would send any recommendations you'd like to see to James, and then he'll can add to these, and then we'll try to, in case we aren't able to get another meeting, we'll figure it out some way to coordinate with everybody to okay them. So, all right. So, thank you, everybody. It's been a long day. It's we did get some somewhere on 291. I'm just concerned that we have to do something. Somebody's going to have to introduce something. Otherwise, we're going to lose all the provisions of 291. And so hopefully we can have another meeting. If not, it may end up being something that's just written up and introduced, and we'll go from there. So, but thank you all for coming. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. And with that, we are adjourned.